What's going on, good people? Oh shit, my bad. Discord was muted.
Of like a long-term type of play.
What's good, John? My bad. I had John muted. It was all quiet on YouTube.
Oh man,
I thought I just
not,
had myself muted, but I guess I muted the whole thing. What's going on, yo?
not
I
much.
felt like I fell
think people
asleep for an
just
hour.
started talking.
Exhausted, bro. You know, the BLX chart stopped updating now. So I finally took some time to redo all of my BLX charts. What a mission, though. I had to redo
What's
all the old charts, the whale chart, the 4-year cycle chart.
What is BLX reference?
It's one of the oldest Brave New Coin Index. It's one of the oldest Bitcoin charts.
Interesting.
Takes you right back to the beginning.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about that one though, I use the Bitcoin all-time history index because what I don't like about BLX is you can only go down as far as the daily. Like daily
Yeah,
candles just all
it's for
can't
the
finish
macro.
up.
It's purely a macro chart. Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's something macro and it's anything like less than a daily, I
That's
use
all I
the other
ever
chart.
used it
But
for. Big macro chart. Yeah, on the macro, the daily is like the 1 minute. So I redid that. I redid this chart, right? The one that I call the 4-year Cypher. The one with the flip flop. Everybody's seen this already, right?
yeah, to be honest, this cycle looks nothing like any of the other ones.
Yeah,
I know
it
people have
still
been
is
relating
somehow
it to the
crazy, right?
yeah. Like
I
there's a
mean,
familiarity to it.
this was our top target, and this is our bottom target, based off the math, right? I mean, we're put it this way: if we invert the chart, we'd be waiting for one last sweep before it popped up, and that one last sweep takes us to 150, in my opinion. Top of that box is 173, just to give you an idea, right? 150 is more around like where the T is. But what a lot of people are getting wrong, in my opinion, is that they're all looking at either top to top or bottom to top to find out when the date is, right? They're doing it all in a row like this, that 1461, 1461, 1461. Or they're doing the opposite, but they're not flipping it. Remember, we realized early that they used this first cycle as like a cipher or a key for that 1461 days, right? 1461 days. That's what they've based this rotation off of, that ever since. From top of 2013 to the top of 2017, 1461 days. Then from the bottom of 2019 to the bottom of 2022 was 1,461 days. But from the bottom of 2015 to the top, or to the bottom of 2018 was 1430. From the top to the top was 1431. Then we figured out that it was leap year and made up for that 1 year. So we've run it forward. If we want to find the top of the next bull market by cycle, this is if you're just taking the 4-year cycle as law. You're not paying attention to the liquidity. You're not paying attention to M2. You're not paying attention to any of that, right? This is just cycle wise. If that's the case, then we would have to reverse again, right? Because it went from top to top, to bottom to bottom, to top to bottom to bottom. So we've got to go to top again. That's that 1461, which gives us an exit date if we wanted to do it by the book of November 1st. Brings us right into the middle of this box. And then if you want to find the bottom, then you would do your bottom to bottom 1,430 days. We'll add the extra day just to make sure that we don't leave anything out. And that brings us to November 1st, 2026. If your ADHD can't appreciate that type of symmetry, I don't know what to tell you.
Bro, I don't know what kind of matrix hacking you're trying to do right here, but like friggin' I'm lost.
Beautiful
You got
thing.
leap years and shit in there now, dude. Like
It's been in there. Remember, we were trying to figure out the site. Now, remember, even if you just ignore all of this, you're only off by 30 days. Difference between 1461 and 1431. But the top of the second cycle to the top of the third cycle was 1461 days. Right? They then ran the bottom of the next cycle to the bottom of the next cycle, the exact same number of days to the day. So then the bottom to the bottom was 1430. The next top to the top was 1431. That one day used to bother me until somebody told me it was a leap year. Oh, that explains the extra day. So in future forecasts, I will add the extra day just to err on the side of caution. But that box basically is what gives us the bottom of the next bull market. Now, not the price, but the date. This is time analysis.
bottom, not top.
This is the top. This is where that, and we've had this up here since we were down here, since I first did this shit. Running it forward, skipping instead of top to top, you go top to top, bottom to bottom, top to top, bottom to bottom, top to top, bottom to bottom, right?
What if they pull out a bottom to top next? What if they pull out a bottom to top next?
Then we're off by 30 days. But I mean, what if they do anything, you know? This is just meant to tell you if the chart continues, if the cycle continues, if this symmetry continues, which we've got 2 points for each one so far, right? And like I said, the entire base of it, the 1461, 1431, is based on the bottom of the very first cycle after the Genesis block to the top was 1461, and then they've carried that on, right, with a small difference of making the top bottom to bottom, top to top, 1431. So if that cycle continues, then our top date would be November 1st, and our bottom date would also be November 1st. Even though they're 30 days apart, it gives you exactly 1 year of a bear market. Now, if I'm right about the right translated cycle with liquidity, then like what I was trying to say before is that I think you can go forward a couple months, right? Extend this forward a couple months, and then you get a shorter bear market period. Still the same end date, but a shorter period.
The drops would have to be savage though if we're gonna hit the target.
Which, when you think about like the Bitcoin treasury companies unwinding, and I mean, I could see a point where the drops are very quick, but more importantly, the drops can be the same speed. But that period of time that we sit at the bottom and go sideways while everybody's trying to decide that Bitcoin, when everyone's trying to decide that Bitcoin is still, viable and is not dead. I don't think we have that long ass period, right? Institutions know
No,
it's
that's
not
my
dead.
favorite part.
I know, I
That's my
love it
favorite
too,
part
but
though. The consolidation. We can't get rid of that. We just need to make it drop faster. we need everyone to just jump ship, and then it'll only take like 6 months to go down, and
yeah,
then
I had to
and then we'll have a good year.
I had to redo the old chart is here. Here's the old chart. The old chart was a hot mess. So I did refine it a little bit and clean it up.
Yeah, dude, it took me a minute to realize which chart that was. And then it like hit me. I'm like, yeah.
This is the old chart. I've just done so much explaining and so much shit on here that after time, ATHs found their way in and dead cat bounces found their way in. But yeah, I think it's cleaner, easier to understand.
Yeah, that's some serious work, bro.
We'll see, man. We got 2 cycles, but if this shit works out, then this probably is the type of shit I should be publishing on Twitter, but I don't care about
Yeah, publish it on TradingView. See how many people agree with you.
that. And then I did I don't know if I want to step into that rabbit hole just yet. This chart, you saw that earlier. That's just where we're at now. Break the bull market support band, hold support, hit the 50. 50 is the only thing we haven't touched yet. And then this. So while I was doing the other chart, I ran into my Bitcoin historical chart. I mean the US dollar one. Remember where I had all the shit that's happened in the US dollar, the pumping. And I've always wanted to do a Bitcoin one, but I never got around to it. But this is basically all of Bitcoin's major moments with some of my moments sprinkled in, like this Dbloc's an idiot era. Bitcoin moving, or can I do this now? Somebody scream at me if Bitcoin breaks out.
I got you,
So
coach.
About to do it.
this is another good old chart. Bitcoin USD crypto. Right, this will take you all the way back to the Genesis block.
Yeah, that's the one
Satoshi
I was talking about before.
Nakamoto mines the first Bitcoin block, embedded with a headline about bank bailouts, establishing Bitcoin's purpose as an alternative to the financial system. That's our Genesis block. That's where it all started. And this is when everybody laughed and it went to shit. Price was very illiquid at this time, right? Like, if you go down to the daily,
We getting close. We tickling it, coach.
right? Look at how illiquid price was down here. The candles were just crazy, right? This is when Mount Gox opened. This is when we finally got some real price action where you could actually chart. This was the pizza day. Everybody remembers pizza day. The guy spent 10,000 Bitcoin on pizza. This was dollar parity. This is when BTC hit $1. In the beginning, that was the goal, right? This is back in Doge to $1 days, basically, in Bitcoin. Can you imagine if we get to $1? Silk Road launches shortly after we hit $1. This gave Bitcoin its first real use case. This is when Mt. Gox was hacked. Right, this is when people first lost their first chunk. Don't ask me why it pumped after that. It just did. So this was the big Mt. Gox hack. And this starts the Dbloc is an idiot era. So this is when I first heard about Bitcoin. When I first heard the word Bitcoin. Right, somewhere around 2012. This is about where we were when I walked into Washington Square Park for the first time. I bought my first Bitcoin from my weed man. I then proceeded from $13 to $200 to smoke all my Bitcoin away with weed that I got on Silk Road. So I just remember at this time being like, damn, every time we buy this Bitcoin, we get less and less. But in investing, none of this shit was in my mind. It was me and my friends trying to get high on bud from Europe. Right? Complete idiot. Just complete, total idiot. Then we had a big drop. And this is when I looked back and realized, okay, you know, maybe there's something to this. Right? Picked up my first real like invested Bitcoin at like around $100. This is when Ross went to jail. So this was the end basically of the Silk Road era. This is when the federal government shut down Silk Road. So he got arrested, had a big drop when he got arrested. Shut down, had a big drop when they shut down. This was our first China ban. Banks, the Bank of China prohibited financial institutions from handling Bitcoin at all.
Oh, that was the baby ban.
This is where I became an idiot again and round trip this entire bull market. I had no idea what a bear market was. So I quickly went from idiot to genius back to idiot. This is where Mt. Gox collapsed. They couldn't handle this pressure. It was already a bunch of shit from the hack. They were already kind of insolvent. This drop did them in. This is where Coinbase launched. Good old Coinbase. Just in time for people to lose their ass. This is where Ross was sentenced. Double life sentence plus 40 years, no chance of parole. Double life sentence plus 40 years. A double life isn't a double life, and just in case you manage to live 2 lives, take another 40 years.
Peace, cuz.
This pump up is where I decided that, oh, maybe this thing goes back up again. Started sort of learning about the cycles. right? I'm a genius again at this point. Then we drop from 310 to 160. That genius feeling went away real quick. But at this point, I was all in. I had to win. There was no. I was in a bad way, mind you. This entire time, I am broke as shit. Like I am super popped, super popped. Made the first little bit of money, Litecoin, most of it, right? Bitcoin. My next dumbass idea. So this is where Bitfinex got hacked. Big crash. We had the pop up. I said, we just had a big crash popped up. This is probably it. I'm out. Took out enough to buy a condo, bought my first place, 200 Bitcoin. $200 Bitcoin for a freaking house. Anyways, like I said, you guys are gonna run through this the feels I went through, okay? Because I don't even want to tell you how I feel about that purchase right now. Y'all can imagine. But at the time, needed somewhere to live. Still had some more crypto left. Whatever. Still not really aware of the cycles at this point. Right? Really have no idea that, I'm learning. Like I'm learning everything I can at this point. First bear market that I finally was able to take some profits on. Right? This was the hard fork. This was the first hard fork. Well, the first contentious hard fork, right? We had other small ones before, but this is when BCH was created. And so this is Bitcoin's first hard fork. This entire era that we're in right now was the first choke point 1.0. Right? This is when they ran around pressuring the banks to close any business accounts that had any Bitcoin whatsoever. This is the first time that the government tried to end us, basically. Right? And what they thought was the final blow was when they launched CME futures for Bitcoin. Right? Legacy then proceeded to short the shit out of us the first time they were able to. Right? Everybody was screaming crypto was dead, blah, blah, blah. This was our first legacy style macro liquidity sweep. Right? We've had liquidity sweeps before, but with us being in CME now we get the very common thing that we see all the time, where price finds a floor, stays there forever, builds tons of long liquidity just to get swept. Right? In my opinion, this is institution's first sort of foray into Bitcoin. This is when we learned the hard way. Then as we came out of that and it corrected, everybody thought everything was fine. Big bull flag forming, COVID shutdown. Right? COVID shutdown, COVID crash. Stimulus started to come in. I should put stimulus here because that is actually important. This is right around the time where stimulus checks start to come out. PayPal announces that holders can buy, sell, and hold crypto, right? This is when PayPal launched crypto. MicroStrategy jumped into the game around November. And this was China's second mining ban. In this era, I was a genius again and money was free. Right? It cost absolutely zero to borrow money. Money was flying. Everything was good. Everybody's a genius. Now we're going into choke point 2.0. First attack, in my opinion, right after China's ban, they dropped it 50% so that institutions can pick up into the knowledge that the US was about to prove BTC long ETF. Right? They bought it up, they approved the long ETF, they gave everybody the ability to go long right at the top of the market, and then took profit on everybody's head. Remember, the point of choke point 2.0 was to make people think that crypto's a scam. Right? So you get them going long, you cut them out, bam, they're wrecked. Then Luna Celsius collapse. Another attack, choke point 2.0. Then FTX collapse. Then the crypto banks are attacked. When I tell y'all that we were under hardcore attack by the US government for that entire bear market, I'm not exaggerating. Right here is where BlackRock started to show interest. Anybody else think it's funny that the attack stopped as soon as BlackRock decided that they wanted to get into Bitcoin? Like if that red phone rang in Washington, like, hey, this is your dad. You need to chill out. Right around here, we got our Bitcoin spot approvals. This entire time we were running up, right? Right here is where BlackRock filed. No, yeah, right here. The big deal was that it was a spot ETF, right? Not a futures ETF. BlackRock files, we go parabolic. Right around here, we get the billionth transaction on the blockchain, which is kind of a big moment for nerds. And right here was, in my opinion, the most amazing shit. After coming out of all of that history that you guys just saw, where everybody laughed at us and, ignored us, we had two presidential candidates at the same time at the BTC conference. This is where Trump told everybody never sell your Bitcoin. Trump was officially elected November 5th, putting an end to Operation 2.0. Ross was released from prison. This, to me, is the end date of Operation 2.0. Ross coming out of jail was the end of the culmination of the original choke point and choke point 2.0. So from this point forward, we've been free reign. And that is my running historical analysis on Bitcoin. I appreciate you for coming to my TED Talk. But that was fun. That was even fun for me to do. That was like a good run through, down memory lane.
Man, that was great, bro.
Well, we might be coming up on a local high right as you got done. Perfect timing, Dbloc. I mean, you're incredible.
Oh, we are about to break out. Let's go.
Hey, I just want you to know I did my job. All right. I was ready the whole time.
I appreciate you, bro.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
what
man,
I do.
good. Freaking, that was crazy work, man. Good job on that.
My analysis
Hey,
was
I'm just out here doing my part.
What the hell?
Well, no, I'm saying D-Block with his old
Nah, I
master
appreciate it, bro.
freaking-
Thank you.
his,
That shit was doing
his
my head in, bro.
blueprint.
Once I started, I like that ADHD hyper focus is a superpower, bro. Y'all think I'm playing? I dialed in for that shit.
Yeah,
No,
that was
that
some
was
serious like visual DD right there.
yeah,
Bro,
that was
you
very
should write a
cool.
book, bro.
That's what I was thinking. I was literally thinking the same thing.
Do like
Sounds
a
like
documentary on the history of Bitcoin, bro. Like,
It's crazy when you look back how much
Dude.
shit we went through.
Bro, you know what you just made me realize? What if the drop that happened the other day was because of the orange men?
You go back to the 19th. There's something to
Dude.
it.
Dude, so the orange men really came and dumped on us, bro.
I think is that his prophecy, he saw orange men, but it was really just one orange man. And it got like messed up in translation. You know how like prophets sometimes they see visions, but they're not like literal.
Yeah,
You
like
know?
the whole
What he meant
Nostradamus
to say
thing.
was Trump was gonna come in, open his mouth, and dump on us.
Well, that's kind of what happened anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the large chests?
I don't know. Maybe he was. Maybe Elon was in the dream too, and he just kind of screwed him up. You know how Elon got that big barrel chest?
Yeah. We should have taken that guy seriously instead of making fun of him, because yeah, that shit was spot on. I don't know who these orange men were, what they've done, but what happened to the chart speaks volumes.
Hmm.
To be fair, that the the candles have been right here at like ready to break out for the entire length of what you just went over. So I just want to say that actually it did. I just realized that did take a lot of focus.
Bro,
just I'm
I'm
just saying.
fried right now.
Yeah, dude.
I'm fried. I need like at least half an hour before I even do any TA on anything. All you need is 4 touches, Los. 2 touches on each side. So if you get them quick, yeah. Lane, what's going on, man? That's just old liquidity from those highs, none. Yeah, definitely hit the like button, especially because I know that's not the last time I'm gonna go through that chart.
Is that a cup and handle on the 15-minute on Bitcoin?
Time frame.
15-minute. Sorry. I
You really only have a cup and handle in an uptrend.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I was like, this doesn't look right.
No, it's a higher low fractal if it comes from a downtrend.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, cup and
Thanks.
handle is a higher low fractal, but
Yeah. No, I knew. I was confused. Thanks.
What's hard about those chart patterns is like, so you kind of just have to remember that it's, there's continuation patterns and then there's reversal patterns, and like one is not the same as the other. So like a cup and handle is a continuation pattern, it's not a reversal. So if you're in the middle of a trend, like if you're in the middle of a downtrend, then you're not going to really get a bullish continuation pattern because the trend was not bullish to begin with.
I
You
got
can
you.
get, like if you get a couple of higher lows off of like a local bottom, let's say you get a couple higher lows and then you get a smaller pattern starting to form, that's like a bullish continuation pattern. If it's built off of those few higher lows, like you could say, oh yeah, this is like a little mini cup and handle on, the 1 minute. That could continue this smaller scale move to the upside, but it's really more like a secondary or tertiary uptrend within either a primary downtrend or a secondary downtrend. So it's like we're kind of in like the on a bigger scale, we're still in a downtrend, right?
Yeah.
So like on the bigger time frames, we're in a downtrend. So this is like, if it was to reverse here, you'd have to insinuate that that was a bottom. But the thing with the cup and handle is not a reversal pattern. It's a continuation. So even if it did reverse from here, it still wouldn't be considered a cup and handle because that's a bullish continuation.
Yeah, I look honestly at everything in terms of M's and W's now in general. Like so, I mean, the cup and handle would literally be Dbloc's W. So it was. I wasn't even thinking that in term. I don't know. It was literally just like it didn't feel right. But yeah, I do understand the continuation versus the versal. But
Yeah, like it's not
whenever I
really
look
about
at
just the shape.
Bad Doggy
when I
says, "This is the first time I found this channel and I walked into that." Welcome, bro.
Oh,
That's
nice.
funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just that people look for shapes, but the context matters too. So like it can have the shape of a cup and handle, but that doesn't mean. But if it's at the bottom of a trend, like, then it's not a bullish continuation. If anything, it would be a
after
reversal.
after being on this channel long enough, I realized that even like head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders, and you just name the trend, it's like at some point it's a W or an M pattern. So it's like just it brought it
That's
down
why I've
to
been. That's why I've been teaching it like that. I honestly, I would
yeah,
have.
for
I would
sure.
have gone into teaching completely different if we weren't already in the, the third quarter of the bull market. It's like that. None of that shit matters, bro. All that matters is it a higher low fractal? Is it a lower high fractal? Where are the breakouts? Where's the liquidity? As far as what you need to know to get from where you are to getting some money. Now, all the other shit, we'll refine all that other shit later. It is important to know the difference, right? But as far as what you need to know to get from point A to cashing out is what I've sort of been focusing on more than anything. And during the bear market, we'll dial into all the the smaller shit.
Yeah, I mean the W's and M's really simplifies it anyway because it's like what he thought could have been like a cup and handle or whatever. It's like if you're looking for a reversal and you're looking for a pattern that like has like a bullish connotation attached to it, it's like you're gonna be looking for something that sounds like that. But if it's just like, okay, this is a W, we could potentially be forming a bottom here because it's a higher or low. Whether it's an inverse head and shoulders or whatever, it doesn't really matter if you've got that low point and then a higher low. Because even think which a head and shoulders is a reversal pattern, but why is it? So if you think about it, like a head and shoulders, like at the top of a trend, it's a reversal because it's stopping the trend and sending it in the other direction. So a head and shoulders, think about what it actually is. You're in an uptrend, right? You have a high, you make a low, you put in a higher high, so it's still an uptrend at that point. When you come down to make it an equal or lower low, that's where you start to see the cracks start to show, and then you put in that lower high and break the, either the relative equal low or you make a lower low, and that's where the head and shoulders actually plays out. But if you just look at the head and the right shoulder, that's just an M pattern anyway. like Dbloc says, and the measure move is going to be the same anyway. So, like the way that he's the way that he's simplified it and amalgamated it all into one thing that's like simple enough for pretty much anyone to understand is like, I think it's more productive for people that are just getting started or trying to come in and,
Right.
make some money.
Well, I mean, I've been doing this a
I
while,
mean, I could
and
sit here and say a bunch of shit that nobody understands and sound like a freaking genius and not help anybody at all, and just shove
exactly.
patterns down their throats and names they've never heard. But that, like, who's that really help? That's good for people that are selling a $5,000 course or something and they're trying, you know what I mean? But let me confuse people just enough, but make them think I'm smart, but make it hard for them to do so that they have to, like, that's why they do that shit. This does not have to be that difficult. It really doesn't. Speaking
Yeah,
of
because
the
mean,
market maker, the market maker pattern, just to see how much control market maker still has here. The market maker pattern we've run so far has been pretty nice. W pattern, rise 1, retrace, rise 2, retrace, rise 3, M pattern, drop 1, retrace, drop 2, retrace, drop 3, retrace, W pattern. Like, so far, that's absolutely perfect. So if market maker is not in control, somebody's doing their best market maker impression right now.
see you on. No, I think we're going to come up to that white line and probably reject from it. I think losing that level, not just sweeping it, but actually losing it, I think that was kind of a detriment.
Yeah.
So I still think we're going lower. I think we go to 103, but I'd be fine with being wrong too.
Yeah. Doggy, Tino comes from Forex too. Right? So our styles are similar in that we both pay attention to the market maker and vectors, but his trading style is a lot more in and out, a lot more Forex based, couple pips. So I don't think our trading style is very similar. But I do use his indicator. His indicator made things a lot easier.
Yeah, he's a scalper. You won't catch that guy staying in the position for more than like 20 minutes.
Yeah. People trade differently, When you spend a lot of time on Forex, you get used to pulling, 1 pip, 2 pips and getting out. But I do think that it can be you can use it for any style of trading, right? Whether you're swinging, whether you're investing, whether you're scalping.
I think
He's
the
a good
longest
dude, though.
trade I've seen him
It's
make
funny.
is like the whole first. He stayed in a trade the whole first half of the New York session. Like I think that's like the longest I've seen him actually be in a trade.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you. There's a handful of us. And what we all have in common is that we all spent some time in Forex. It's impossible to be in Forex and be profitable and not understand liquidity provisions and market makers. But crypto's way more fun than Forex. Kidding me? We got dogs and turtles and freaking squirrels and shit.
I'm a dog.
How
Everyone
boring it
thought
is to
that.
do research when you're in Forex. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's helped, right? It helps in my trading because a lot of the sort of you have to go way deeper in Forex, right? So I was already used to paying attention to certain things like macroeconomic shit but
Yeah,
I
everyone
wouldn't
thought
wish
that.
Forex on anybody, especially not if you're new.
Everyone thought it was such a big, huge deal when George Soros like crashed the Great British Pound, on Black Monday or whatever. But for over here in crypto, that's a daily occurrence. Things crashing down to zero, going down
Yeah,
90%. So we keep it interesting over here.
yeah. Crypto's unforgiving, man. As we just saw. there's ways to play it safe, right? The rules that I've developed through my history, going through all of that shit that we just talked about, I think, in my opinion, are a good set of rules that can protect you from the volatility of the downside, but still keep you with exposure to gains, which is what we all want. But I mean, do I have to go back on that list and show you how many collapses we had? Right, each one of those were huge liquidation events, like what we had the other day. Not as big, obviously. This was I don't think people realize, like, this was 10x our largest liquidation event.
Yeah, that's insane.
Like, I'm hoping that we're not setting a new bar. You know what I mean? Like, let's keep this as the biggest liquidation event ever, forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Let's not try to outdo ourselves next time.
Yeah, that hopefully that's the biggest one that ever happens, but
Only way that happens is if people don't get over leveraged. That's literally the only way that happens. Because let's assume everybody was at 2x, right? Then the 100x liquidations that started the cascade would have never happened, would have never started the cascade, you know, if it wasn't for there's so many people at 200x and 100, and even worse than that, 500x, 1000x. And welcome, W family member. Yeah, if you guys are in the Discord and still haven't gotten your Cypher family role, just go to the Cypher family role channel and click. My mods are itching to start removing people because we're still getting the hacks in, and we really got to clear up anybody that only still has the friend tag. But you know, I'm gonna drag it out for y'all. Definitely been dragging it this whole time.
You the real one, coach.
I mean, once we do flip the switch, if anybody really is having problem coming up with the $50 one-time fee, then I'm more than happy to do some one-on-one and figure out what we can do about fixing a couple small errors in your trading style that'll make it to where investing in your education won't be out of reach.
Bro, in 20 years, if you hit me up and you're like, dog, this dude is talking this junk and he's saying that the only reason I do this is for money, I'm telling you, coach, I got you. I mean, 20 years, 40 years, 60, you name it.
Bro, in 20 years you'll still be in this channel under the same $50 that you paid, bro.
Hell yeah.
Now, in the future, let me be clear. In the future, because we do want to keep this at a nice size, right? We don't want the Discord to get completely out of control. We will have to start raising price just as a deterrent, right? Even if it gets to the point where we got to raise it to $1,000 to get in, that's like the we don't want you in price, you know.
Right.
And then if somebody's willing to pay it, then obviously that person is willing to invest in their education. So as the price goes up, then the people that we get in are people that'll be more likely to be willing to actually invest in their education, which means they're probably not likely going to come in here, start trolling, and blow themselves up after spending, a good amount of money. I just want to reward everybody that was here, early, right? That was here when we were just starting. Or even before I even had the channel, you know what I mean? There's been a lot of us that have been together since when we were still in foreign territory.
Yeah, my whole thing about the M's and the W's and all that was just in terms of like I've been on this channel like a year, approximately, less than, but right at it, I guess. And I spent 4 years like studying all this different stuff, and then as I like apply that to this channel, and then it's like 5 months in, I'm like, all this stuff just turns into an M and a W. It's just analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
Like you don't have time to do other things because you're looking for these trends and stuff, and it's like
There's
you
no
don't have.
time, bro. There's no time to sit there and have an argument with somebody on whether it's a head and shoulders or a W power, inverse head and shoulders or a W, when it's exactly the same measured move and that breakout is getting closer and closer. Like we can talk
Right.
about that later. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
we can
So
have
yeah,
that. Yeah.
that brought up another thing I wanted to say was that like
Hold on,
all the lingo and
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry to hear that, Rajesh. That sucks, bro. A lot of people went on through the same thing. But I did notice in your first sentence, you said you were over leveraged. So that's just got to be a rule that you add to your book now, right? Whenever I take a big L, I make sure that there's a rule that's added to my book to keep that from ever happening again. You'll get it back though, brother. You're not alone. Trust me. Everybody took a big hit over the last
Local
week.
high.
All right, my bad. Go ahead, Argon. We're breaking out now too,
So
by the way.
what a comment that I wanted to make earlier when you were talking about like how like knowing all the terms and lingo and shit doesn't really matter as much. Like the way I kind of see it is like if you look at it as like vocabulary, like trading lingo, vocabulary, whatever. You get two people in a room and they both like have a pretty extensive vocabulary. They're probably and like they each understand that they both do.
Mm-hmm.
They're likely gonna use bigger words,
Yeah.
like in order to consolidate. Like you can say one word that actually says a lot of things,
Yeah,
like
the thing is that
without giving the full
75% of the people
explanation.
listening to you guys aren't, you're going to lose them. Because
Yeah,
unless you're
I
going to
get
go
that.
into deep explanations on every single. So, like, when we're talking about, like, when we're in trades and if we're going back and we're looking at old price action, get as detailed as you possibly can. Right. But you have to boil it down when things are happening to just the most important shit. But I know what you mean. Definitely don't be that guy.
Well,
Right.
it's just like
Don't be
instead
that
of
guy because when you're talking to other TA guys, like the most annoying shit is to have somebody be like, it's a whooply whoop. The whooply whoop goes into the fandangle, and then and it's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like if you're talking to other TA guys, you have to understand the common language, right? That makes it easier for you to get your point across to somebody else that does TA as
in a
quick as
shorter amount of
possible.
time.
Yeah, as quick as possible. Because the one thing that TA, we're impatient. I can't listen to a half an hour explanation. Like it needs to be concise. You need to tell me because if it's actually good TA, then I want to do something about it.
Yeah, but
I
if it
hate.
takes 1,000 years to say it, then it's like
And then if I gotta
it's over.
go on
It plays out.
Google and freaking get the definition for 13 words I didn't understand, like it's gonna take even longer.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying that. Well, that's what I'm saying. When it's two TA guys talking to each other, you can convey things pretty like quick and concise.
Yeah.
But if you want to explain to somebody that doesn't know the lingo, like it's easier to use simpler terms. I mean,
Yeah.
they both each way of communicating has its benefits. I'm just simply saying like if I'm looking at a chart, like I think it's easier to say, oh, we have an inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute rather than saying like, okay, so on the 15-minute we had a drop, we put in a low, we came up, we we put a lower high, and then from the previous high came down, put a lower low from the previous low, came back up, met that
Boring.
previous high that we put on, made a higher low, and then broke those two previous highs that was put in prior to the the last higher low. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
saying all of that can like all everything I just said that took like 15 minutes. That can all be said by just simply saying there's an inverse head and shoulders on the 15.
Yeah.
You can turn like a 45-second statement or like a minute and a half long statement into like a 3-second statement.
I hear you. Los, I started this channel when we came off of another Discord. We were on somebody else's channel, somebody else's ingest. So I started my own Discord and my own channel. And then all of these hooligans came with me. I still think to this day that there's more old people than new people here. I have to look at the member list, but I'm pretty sure. We've gotten a lot of people, but we have a lot of people that have been here for 4+ years.
I always look when I see like a random voice, and probably like 80% of the time or more, it's like somebody that I've at least I'm familiar enough with their name to know that they've been here for, you know, at least like the year, I guess.
Yeah, I like that, Servo. Brevity is the soul of wit. I've never heard that before. I have to put that one into my inventory.
Oh yeah. So what happened to Jazz? Has he been around?
Who?
Jazz Tech?
He was here. I think he was here after the crash. I'm trying to keep a running count of people that I haven't heard from since before the crash. You know what I mean? So I know to like check on him and shit. But I think Jazz was here after.
Somebody told me he got hacked.
Oh shit! Nah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they said he got hacked and like one of his exchanges got hacked and he lost like a good amount of money.
But welcome to the Cypher, doggy. Make sure you hit that sub button. We're on every day. 24 hours a day. Bullet Bear. Yeah, it was kind of crazy, sir. But I mean, the entire time I was over there, the people in the Discord could see my chart, but I would have to explain my chart verbally to people on YouTube. Like they were never able to see it. But I'll be honest with you, 2 years of doing that though, sort of refined my TA.
It made your explanation thorough.
It had because it had to be.
Like more detailed.
Yeah, it had to be.
I still always forget to do that. Like for people that can't see my chart, I still always forget to like freaking mention price points.
You
and
got to
stuff.
do
I
price
try to.
points. Yeah, you got to do price points. You got to be more descriptive. Yeah. Whenever you guys are doing TA, if I'm on, I always try to bring the Discord chat in the corner. Like if I'm on and BJ's doing TA, I'll put a chart on the corner. If like Rick is on showing something, I usually bring his chart on the screen.
Why you don't bring my chart up?
I haven't.
You're never even showing
actually,
your chart.
I haven't
That's
brought my
incorrect.
chart up to actually like deliver a TA in a long time. But I don't do that unless there's like something that's really like worthy of note, or if it's or like something substantial is happening, like in macro terms.
ETH is holding support on it's right at the top of the psychological range. Hit the psychological range, hit support, hit golden pocket. But until we get above this downtrend, or basically pop that 50 on the hourly, not gonna be out of hot water. And then right above it is the 200. It's got a couple of sketchy hours in front of it. Right, it's got some shit to prove here. But it did pivot on Thursday. If this continues to go up and take out these highs, then this would be our midweek reversal. Remember, ETH was the only thing on CME that gave us a weekend trap this week. And it's been outperforming Bitcoin, so we have to start paying attention a little more to ETH traps. So ETH had its trap, it had the false move up, right? We knew that by this dashed line, we would have seen the high already. Then we had our 3-day retracement. And then this is midweek reversal, right? But we have to prove the reversal still. which means we have to start taking out some of these lower highs. If we make a new low, then midweek reversal failed.
Yeah.
ETH scares me, man.
That's interesting, dog. Your AI version. I mean, honestly, I turn everything off on the indicator except for the vector gaps and the EMAs. Mostly everything else I shut off. Daily open, psychological low, but all the M levels and the sessions, the weekly highs, monthly highs, all of that shit, I turn that shit off.
Hi, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
I just send you the DM, the link. Did you get a chance to check it out?
No, I haven't gone to eat. As soon as I go eat, I'm gonna go watch it. I haven't had any time. I ate a little something earlier, and then I started doing some charts and shit. But I want to sit down and watch it. 'Cause it's a video, right?
It's a live. I just put it
Okay.
live
Okay.
for testing purpose.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't forgotten.
So just keep in mind, I need your feedback and
I
how
got
I'm
you.
doing
Nah,
TA.
I definitely got you.
And I'm just going for a class now. So maybe if you have any question, you can DM me back. So I'll get back to you.
Yes, sir. We'll keep in touch in DMs. We'll go back and forth about it.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you. Thanks for your hard work in advance.
My pleasure. Pleasure is all mine.
Already working on it, Leighton. It's called Liquidate. Get matched up with traders around the country of your same degenerate level of risk tolerance.
Liquidate.
Called
We ain't
Liquidate.
scared.
Yo.
You get a little snapshot of the person's portfolio. Like, she's cute, but I just like up to her neck in shit coins. You know what I mean? Like, that's not gonna work.
I mean,
But there's someone out there for everybody.
Maybe opposite attract. Maybe you're a Bitcoin maxi investor and you want a hot meme coin degen girlfriend. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
We're not here to
Well, I
judge
wouldn't-
anybody. We're just here to facilitate the liquidate.
Yeah, no, if she was getting wrecked all the time and asking me for more money, I'd be like, no.
And then whenever you match up with somebody, your shit goes off and it's like you got liquidated. But it's like a good liquidated because you matched.
I'm the liquidity and
Ain't-
she's the CME gap. You know what I'm saying?
Not every time I got liquidated was a bad time. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like you're dating something, like carbon dating. Like, you know, they look back to see how old some shit is. Carbon dating. It's like liquid instead of carbon dating, we're liquid dating. Yeah, figure out how old this water is.
Who let the dogs out?
This substance that we found in this cup over here. We're not sure what it is, but we're gonna liquidate it. figure out
I don't
how
know, but we
ancient-
need to absorb this supply already, man. I don't like being underneath here. The longer we're down underneath here, the sketchier it feels.
Yeah, bro, it's gonna reject. I'm sorry. I think it looks like a fish, or yeah, it looks like a fish hook. We go, it's that 15.
Nobody steal my idea. I 1000% just made all that shit up on the spot though. But it does sound kind of official.
So
Made up
I
what?
once was a part of this. It's okay. The idea was to put marriage on the blockchain, and like you would both like it would be solidified on the blockchain. You have a two signature safe, and the both parties sign it. How cute would that be?
Hold on, was that your idea, Mike? It could be. Maybe that's why it was in my head.
I'd
Somebody
probably
could
be the
have.
first one to
Somebody
get
could have
burned.
said it earlier.
This was like January or February. I went for a meeting in Beverly Hills and everything and met this lady.
So, I definitely
We'll go.
appreciate.
Oh
We'll go
my
half
god,
on it, Mike.
Aion, that's such a great name.
Mike, you
Uh-oh,
know,
we haven't-
you know, if if you have ownership of the company, you can't use the service though, right? Because that's like unethical. So, do you want to give up your opportunity to actually be on Liquidate and like just for money? Like, you don't want to do that.
2 girls, 1 cup and handle.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
I'm
My
I'm
partner
writing
said
this.
gross.
That sounds. Look, that sounds more like a movie, and I'm writing the script right now.
How about that measure move?
Anyway, as far as the blockchain marriage thing, Tana, I appreciate your creativity on that, but if that ever comes up in Congress, I'm gonna vote against it.
Hey, easy there. Easy there, guy.
I'll write down your comments in my right here on my.
I mean,
There'll be a
I
marketplace.
imagine that marriage certificates or whatever the hell they're called will eventually be NFTs, just like everything else, right? Like there'll be a record of
buy
it
and
on chain.
I mean, I guess so. What other? Yeah, what other kind of?
Like your health records and your driver's license, everything, you know. There'll be a copy of everything on chain.
I don't know, man. I feel like there's some shit that should just still be paper. Like, I get the whole like we don't write checks anymore thing, but there's some shit that's like I really feel like it should be on
I'm
paper.
having
Just
trouble
like,
thinking of one single thing that should still be paper.
well, like, and cash, not cash.
Not even like once you have a dot, you walk around with money.
You're literally in
Man, why
crypto.
she want to stick me from my paper? I mean, I get that, but like,
I still like
I
to
don't
write
know.
on paper personally.
Would you rather?
I don't
Would you
like
rather like
writing on my phone. I prefer to write on paper. I like having a notebook. But other
Would you
than
rather
that, like,
carry around coins? Like, would you rather carry around metal instead of paper?
nah,
Bring
but
back the
Like,
coin
we
purse.
went past paper into just our phone now. Right?
yeah, but I mean, what about an EMP and nobody has access to any of their shit anymore?
We're all screwed at that point, man. Money's gonna be the least of your problems. You're gonna have roving mobs of 13-year-old angry TikTok withdrawal addicts running around causing trouble. You trying to take away social media with an EMP? You're worried about money? I'm worried about them burning this place to the ground. Turn it back on.
Okay, but like, you don't have to worry about that. It like having a cashless society and it's all digital. I mean, that's what I would worry about. But if you still had cash, you're still maintaining like that part of the old world that is reliable. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Try in the title where it says to sweep or not to sweep. We're talking about this liquidity underneath us. Right? Will we go up, get above, and make that move, or will we reject and come down and sweep this liquidity, come down to the golden pocket? To sweep or not to sweep?
Going on with Zora? You see that thing?
Triple top on the hourly.
Shit. What was I Dude, I had a point and I totally fucking lost it. Sorry. Sorry for the language.
You still own Zora Dbloc? That was the one. Guess not.
Zora.
Zora's
ZOR.
been a beast.
I just
Oh,
noticed
yeah.
it. I was like, wow. Isn't that the one that's supposed to be really fast or something? I know they posted something base today. Didn't do much when we had that dip that day, huh? Last week, though, it's up, God. A lot.
Dude, you know what? Tana, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, so I just had another thought. If you were to do that thing, right, where you validated your marriage on the blockchain, then I guess if you guys were to have like mingling, like commingled funds or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like if you guys are, like if one of you was in debt, like the other one would be partially responsible, and then but then vice versa as well. And if the other one was, if one had a larger net worth, like it was still beneficial to the other one. Like if you were to like mix your portfolios into one another and like sort of like together your net worth was combined on the blockchain, you're bound in that way. I'm wondering
I'm
if that
sorry, what?
really.
Oh, you're not talking to me. I just heard combined net worth and I freaked out for a second.
I heard that.
Well, I mean, see, this is what I'm saying though, because like with divorces, this is why I say I would vote against it, because with like divorces and shit, like it would be, I don't know, it'd be less footwork and paperwork to have to do. But like financially speaking, somebody's gonna probably make out on the better end of that deal.
Well, my thing is that if it's on the blockchain, bro, you create a marketplace and then you can buy and sell your husband or wife. You know what I mean? Hey, real world assets. Look, hey, I didn't come up with the idea. Hey, it ain't my
Yeah.
idea. It ain't my idea.
That's some bottom of the bear market shit, yo. We're trying to sell the
I
wife and the
mean,
kids. Look,
like,
we figured out the most effective way to do that last time, right? Remember? You don't sell the wife and the kids, you give them away, and then you charge for them to give them back. That's how you get the most money, right? 2-3 weeks, they'll be back begging you to take them back, and then you hit them over their head, like, okay, well, I'm gonna need, I'm gonna need 100K to take them off your hands.
all right, I'll take them back for like 100K. Give you a discount.
Like, I'll buy your will. I'll buy the rights to your will. You
They
know what I
already
mean?
do that shit.
Really?
There's some insurance for old people that's really predatory, bro. They're like, oh, you need money? I'll give you money. Just gotta sign over everything that's left when you die.
Dang,
Or
bro.
those
Wait, so
mortgages, third mortgage, second mortgage on the house. Oh, don't worry, you don't have to pay it back. They've already done the math. They're like, this person's got a good 6-7 years left. There's this much equity in the house. This is super predatory. But
Oh yeah, dude.
unfortunately, we live in a system where people make it to old age after working their whole lives and still don't have enough to make ends meet. You know, you worked your whole life and you're trying to decide if you should buy medicine or food this week. Like, what do I need more? That's ridiculous. The way we treat elders in this country is disgusting.
Dude, the more I'm thinking about this NFT shit, it's like the more I'm not. I kind of am not really embracing the idea of having everything be digital. I wouldn't like the idea of that. Oh, what I wanted to say earlier too was like the marriage certificate or whatever, like stuff like that being on paper. Like if we were to keep things on paper, it's sort of like, okay, this is important. Like, so like have some respect for it. Like treat it properly. Don't let it get damaged.
Bro,
Don't let it get
listen,
lost.
listen. If the difference between your wife cheating on you or not cheating on you is if that shit's on a piece of paper or digital, you already picked the wrong person. Like, if that's the
50,
straw that's gonna break the camel's back, then good riddance.
50 USDC. That's it. Clearance.
I mean, right now you go to Vegas and jump into a little chapel and get some shit some guy scribbled on that was probably doing coke in the back before he married you. And then you just live your whole life with that shit. Like, how, you know, I'd say having it forever on blockchain would be a little bit more romance there, right? There's a forever record of our marriage from now until the eternity, you know, until there's no more computers.
I forgot about the romance part. I forgot all about romance.
Yeah, bro. You all right?
That's why you're bear Quagon. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You're a little
I'm not-
grizzly bear. You little grizzly bear. Right.
I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I'm not bullish or bearish. I'm money-ish.
They're launching creator coins in the base app.
Doggy, you should have been here on the day of the big crash, bro. Everybody that was coming in here thought we were absolutely insane. Biggest liquidation event in history. Everything's down 60%, and we're in here laughing and joking and shit. PTSD, bro. It's just coping.
Oh, have pumped up. Base has creator X Zora. Zora. Forecast. What is this? Ugh. You see, Robinhood listing 3 tokens today. Virtuals.
I saw they list. Oh, they listed virtuals.
Yep, XBL and Aster.
I know they listed Aster, but I didn't see the virtuals listing. Interesting.
Virtual Aster and
Oh man,
XBL.
all we need now is an AI agent narrative. Because that's literally the only exposure that they have on Robinhood to anything AI agent.
Yeah. None of them did anything off that news either.
Yeah, we had a couple people that were short, doggy, but they couldn't get out of their trades. People that were short got screwed too. Unless you were shorting on a perp dex that didn't have liquidity issues like hyperliquid, you basically got screwed on the way down. Everybody got screwed, bro. People who long the bottom got screwed. People who sold the dip got screwed. People in shorts got screwed. People in longs got screwed the long way. Brock, have a good night, brother. Well, the reason that I mean, I won't speak for other people, but I think that the reason that we were so comfortable is because this chart here told us to get out on the 9th, or at the very least to de-risk. and to take some profits on the 9th. The crash happened on the 10th. So obviously nobody can take credit for what happened, right? We didn't know it was going to happen, but we did expect a downturn and just, I guess, you know, got lucky. But yeah, I've been talking about TPing or de-risking on the 9th for over a month already. I popped into some other YouTube channels. It was not the same vibe at all. All right, remember what we said about W patterns that break out slowly, right? W patterns that break out slowly tend to threaten to put in bearish channels, right? So either we break out above 1095 and invalidate this bearish channel, or the measured move, if we break the bottom of it, would take us down to 107. This would be the liquidity sweep that we're talking about, that I was talking about in the title of the video, right? To sweep or not to sweep. We have the bullish pattern, but we don't have any follow through. We don't have any aggressive buyers coming in to push it. Market maker's hurting just like everybody else, and he's not about to absorb this liquidity and this vector gap for free. So we need to get some buyers in here.
Can you zoom out to like the 15-minute? All right. All right. So right there at the end, does this not look like a fish hook?
It could be.
So if it seems like it's getting tired there, market maker's not going to buy it, and there's nobody stepping in.
Could still be farming liquidity. Right. The best way to eat this gap without having to pay for it is to fill it with shorts. Right. So this could just be an attempt to farm some liquidity, get the shorts piled up. But we'll see if we break. We've got our uptrend, right? So if we break, then we can expect that sweep. But if we don't, you know, support is support until it's not. This pattern is viable until we get down to 182. Liquidity is already starting to pour in, or liquidations, I should say. I forgot my camera was on. What's going on, y'all?
You like, it looks like we got that one little tiny vector down there, 1083. That one little guy right there. Yeah, but that would clear that vector for sure.
That's basically our playing field right there. We got a 50 EMA underneath us on the 5. So base case would be holding that 50 and making another attempt at supply. As this 50 goes up, price will eventually be pushed either through the supply or through the 50. Doesn't seem to me like price is in a big hurry to make a move right now. But it is kind of clutch that we get above there. It'll give us some breathing room, and it'll help Ethereum not roll over.
And so what was that? What was that channel you were pointing to before where you said we have our uptrend? It was on Bitcoin.
Right there.
Yeah.
The
So
right side of the W.
so if it does break there, right? That uptrending line, and this ends up being a fish hook, what's the measured move? Oh, I see you've got the move for the channel, but I don't I think.
Yeah, it's not
I think
close
there's a
enough to the flag to be a flag. There's too much choppiness here. And honestly, personally, I don't like taking measured moves off of fish hooks or J hooks. I can take directionality from them, right? I'll be like, this looks weak or this looks strong, but I don't like pulling measured moves. The golden pocket I have that we were shooting for on this liquidity sweep was 1069 or 1065. But our golden pockets are all going to be different because the dips are all different on most charts. We were talking about that earlier. So I'm not being too strict about where golden pocket is. I understand that most traders are looking at different charts and have it anywhere from 1065 to 1075. But a sweep of this liquidity basically is what I'm looking for. A nice stopping volume candle. If we're going to get it, right? If we're not just going to go.
Is that like a 50-50 type deal?
No, right now the dominant pattern is still the W pattern.
All right.
Okay, so until that invalidates. But like I said, the reason that when you're in W patterns, you want them to break out quickly. Because if you get to the neckline and you hesitate, you tend to put in these bearish channels. Yeah, all the exchanges are screwed up, man. Any sort of TA that you're doing, taking measurements from those bottom wicks, like you got to take it with a grain of salt. That's why I really want to get out of this area into another, area above us that makes more sense. I mean, we have the possibility, right? The contracting liquidity we have underneath us is until like the 20th, 21st. So yeah, we still have another week of sketchiness where if they decide to drop it, they're dropping it into reduced liquidity, which means they could get a bigger sort of move out of that. But I don't know, man. I think we expended so much energy on that first drop that we might just consolidate for the rest of the drop that's left here. We'll see. Liquidity keeps pumping like this, though. I don't think we have anything to worry about for at least the next couple months. Not financial advice. Yeah, I like them. They look cool too. I mean, I'm honestly hoping that it sparks FOMO. Right? Like we're all on a dip. Everybody's waiting for a recovery. So I'm hoping that that move up from my birthday into Halloween creates enough FOMO to where this drop doesn't sort of wreck us. But again, I'm gonna be de-risking at the end of October just in case. I'm not gonna take that risk. This move here, in my opinion, if you were on spot and you did nothing, right? If you were in profits on spot when the crash happened and you did nothing, we should be above water at this point by Halloween. Right? Everything should have then recovered by that point. The reason I say that is because if it was me and I was underwater and I didn't have any dry powder, once I got back above water, I would consider doing what I should have done here and taking a little 20% to be able to reallocate. Right now that I'm in a place where I can actually do something and not feel, you know what I mean? Everything's sort of back to normal. Not financial advice. That's just what I would do if I didn't have any dry powder.
You said you would do what if you didn't have any dry powder?
I was talking about that bump up on Halloween. I was saying people that
Oh,
were on spot that didn't do anything at all. You know, like the ones that are down like 15%, 20% on a portfolio right now still. Um, more than likely you'll be head above water at that point. So it's an opportunity to make a decision on whether or not you want to free up a little bit of something now that you're clear to be able to buy some dips, or whether you don't want to be bothered. Some people are just like, look, I'm done. You know what I mean? I don't trust my ability to make decisions at this point. I'll just ride it out until the end of the market and let whatever happens happens. Right? I don't know, it's different for each person. But those that want to be aggressive, that should be a time.
I'm with it. I'm doing it with you.
Yeah, doggy. Right now, I don't trade leverage at all. One of the things I talk about the most is not using leverage unless you need it for a tool. And if you do need it for a tool, making sure that it's only 5 to 10% of your portfolio. Right. And as annoying as I've been about buying spot, I think that might be another reason why that crash didn't hit the group as hard as it would have. People that were 100% in spot are almost back to healed at this point. No harm, no foul. While people that were in leverage have completely wiped out their accounts, right? Yeah, no, I leverage traded before. But when you've seen what I've seen, bro, after these exchanges going down, Mexi kicking people off of American customers, and uh, if you're American, it's hard to find somewhere to trade leverage in large amounts that you can trust your money on, right? Like WeX is cool but I would never sit more than 100K in a WeX account. Or I would be very, very concerned if I hit for 500K or a mil and then I had to TP. Like, I'm trying to withdraw $2 million from WeX knowing that I'm not. Yeah, no, that's fine. If you're out of the country, that's perfect. But for Americans, it's a little bit sketchy. And for me, it's not worth the risk. So I trade my leverage on legacy. Right, I'll just short IBIT and MicroStrategy at the top. But it is a tool, right? But it's more a chainsaw than a screwdriver, right? There's a possibility of hurting yourself. And like we just saw during this crash, you can do everything right and still get wiped. Right? It's not about knowing how to trade or your risk management. Like when it comes to these big auto deleveraging events, everybody catches a bad one. Hearing these stories of people that got wrecked, I don't know if y'all feel this way, but like I'll see a story that says I lost 60 mil. And like I hear it and that's like, oh shit, you lost $60 million. That's crazy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's nothing. But when I see a story and somebody says I just lost 6 years worth of profits, for some reason that hits harder. Right? Even if that 6 years worth of profits was just $1 million, like, you get what I mean? Like, you lost 60 mil, cool. But to think that somebody got set back 6 years, right? It's just like a waste of the last 6 years of your life. That person that lost 60 mil, because it could have made it all in the last 6 months on some meme coin, right? That doesn't tell me anything. The ones that hit harder when you're like, oh shit, like yeah, you just got set back 2 bull markets. That's horrible, Cole. I hate to hear that shit, brother. I do agree that it was a lesson that was needed, but the cost was way too high, man. The cost was way too high. But the market was extremely frothy. Right? There was just so much leverage backed up. That's the worst when you can't do anything about it. You're either on a plane or even if you weren't on a plane, to be honest, I mean, everything was so screwed up, bro. The exchanges were so screwed up that there wasn't much anybody could do. For me, every major hit, I was saying this earlier, every major hit I've taken has added a rule to my rule book that has made me more money than I lost in the long run. I mean, I know that doesn't really do shit to make anybody feel better now, but these bumps end up making you a better trader. They skipped all the stop losses, Doggy. They skipped all the stop losses, they skipped all the TPs, they skipped all the limit orders on the book. That's why I'm saying that these sort of situations, there's nothing anybody could have done. And they even took out the 2x guys, the 1.5x guys. Not on Bitcoin, but on alts. So everybody that followed the rule, I'm only going to trade 2x. I'm only gonna, trade with a stop loss. As long as you didn't break the rule that I'm only gonna trade with 5 to 10% of the portfolio, then even even having those two things we're fine. You still have 90% of the portfolio. You lost 10, you can get it back. That's the only rule that would have saved you. They're paying out, but they're paying out a percentage of what you lost on slippage. Right? So if your stop loss was set at 130 and it didn't trigger until 110, then they're giving you a percentage back of that slippage. From what I understand, if I'm not mistaken, someone correct me if they got all their money back. That's the shit I'm talking about, Cole. Like a Sui long at 1.9 with a liquidation underneath is like nobody and their mother was worried about. Oh yeah, full payouts? From what I know, Binance is only paying if your loss came in USDCE, WE, there's like 3 coins. But I'm not on Binance, so I haven't had to deal with it. I know that they cleared 20 bill in liquidations and they've paid back 247 mil. So I'm not the best at math, but I think that they're up on this deal. Yeah, we've had a couple people in chat that got money back, but they didn't get everything. I'm sure there's specific cases. Yeah, they made tons of money, bro. Quick, too. 24 hours. Not yet, Al. Not yet. The running rumor was 2 weeks, but that deadline is come and gone if I'm not mistaken. Wow, that's horrible. And then the crazy thing is that you're still like happy to get something back, you know? But damn. I guarantee you people are taking that little percentage they got back, slapping leverage on it, and revenge trading their way back to their bag. At least that's the mentality.
I I've taken everything I've had left and put 90% into spot and 10% into leverage.
Yeah, that's good.
Just so you know. That's why my leverage trades are really small and pathetic for now. But I have turned my little bit. I'm up 25% so far on what my futures account.
Damn, Cole, that's a bad beat, brother. Shit. He said, worst part about my loss is even though I took partial TP from the mega longs, I left it in my leverage account on cross. Ouch.
I don't like how we're just sitting here and we're not going up.
Can't blame anybody for not being in a massive buying mood right now. Yeah, actually, that's what we're watching to see. That's what we're watching to see. I'm watching the bottom side of it, right? Instead of watching for the rejection off the 50, I'm watching to see if it holds the 50 on the 5 here. That'll be the first sign that we're breaking down. Then if we lose the channel, then the chances are that we sweep that liquidity. That entire move, as long as it ends up being a higher low, will give us a broadened W. So if we do break this uptrend, I mean, if we do break this uptrend, then we're looking at about 177 around this range or a higher low. I'll pull a fib real quick and we'll see where that sits us. That's 786 fib. Right, so your golden pocket is sitting right on demand. And then your 786 fib is the measured move for the break of that channel. If we hold this 50 on the 5, you can ignore all that shit. Right now, that 200 EMA on the 5, if we zoom in, right, that's the issue we're having. So we tried to get above the 200, tried, poked up, couldn't hold it. Right, held support on the way back down, lost it, retested it bearishly, and then came down to test the 50. This is the way EMAs work. Right? If you can get above the EMA and hold, price will seek out the next EMA. If the price can't get above that next EMA and rejects, it'll come back to retest the EMA that it broke. And that's the swing that we play. Right? From the 50 to the 200 to the 800, which is the measured move of our W pattern. Yeah, when all else fails, Venus, you gotta make it mechanical. Right? If you can remove all the emotion and just have a mechanical trigger, that you act on, it, for me, that's just been the easiest way to be profitable long term. So when all else fails, when market makers not in complete control, when things are sketchy, when there's questions, when there's uncertainty, we go back to trading momentum. Right? Simple momentum. Good shit, Shad. That's why I repeat myself so much, because I don't know about y'all, but I need to hear shit over and over before it sticks. I need to see it in different situations, and I need to like keep hearing it over and over. Kind of hard-headed when it comes to that type of shit. All right, so here's our sign of weakness: red EMA. I mean, red vector candle through support. Let's see if we hold here. Yeah, you'll see that play over and over. I mean, my favorite is just like going naked chart, right? Like you really get to see the interplay between the EMAs that way. You just get rid of everything. Right? As price comes down underneath all the EMAs, you get your expansion. Where we talk about looking for those gaps between price and EMAs. Once you lose all your EMAs and all your EMAs are above, you're looking for entries back into your mean reversions. Right? Not always up here. We literally went sideways into the 50. But then once we popped the 50, we tried to get above the 200. We rejected. Came back to the 50. Back to the 200. Knock, 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 knock. Rejected off supply. Lost the 200. Back to the 50. The motivations for the move is what we look for. Right? If everything is equal, we play the EMAs. Once you get underneath your EMAs, we look for liquidations. Daily open is always a mean reversion, right? Look at the daily open as a horizontal 50 EMA, right? During the day, price will try to come back to the daily open. If it gets behind it, it'll try to come back up to it. Right? These are market maker bots trying to keep the symmetry of the day. Yeah, I mean, some of these tweets and shit have come in at very sort of suspicious points in the chart. Right? We have experience with that when it comes to Elon. Like anybody that was doing TA while Elon was tweeting about Doge knows that he tweeted at very specific times to break patterns, to hold support, right? These weren't like randomly timed tweets. Yeah, that's on the macro what you're talking about. This is here. Right? So what we were talking about was on the weekly chart, the bull market support band, right, has only been broken twice. And each time we broke the bull market support band, we held the 50 EMA and we held prior support. We did it here. We did it here. And now we've done it here. Came down, broke bull market support band, hit prior support, but we haven't hit that 50 EMA yet. So one or two things, either we hold up and push. So if you go to the daily chart, we held our 200 here on the daily. Nice close above the 200. So the logic of the EMA says that if you hold the 200, you'll try to seek out the 50 again. So we can get to the 50 and get above the 50, right? Then chances of coming down into that 50 EMA are less. Because what happens at that point is you pop up like this above the bull market support band on the daily, and then the 50 EMA comes up with it. And then when you retrace to put in a higher low, you can hit that 50 without having to come down to 100. Every day that we're above this support, the 50 EMA goes higher, right? 2 days ago, we would have had to come down to 97 to hit it. Now we've only got to come down to 99. By tomorrow, it'll be over 100. Or by the next weekly candle. So we just want this trend to continue. And each time, again, not financial advice, but I'm just talking historically, each one of these times were the best times to buy in the last year and a half. That's buying at 49 and that's buying at 74. And each time, if I'm lying, stop me, everybody that was here. Each one of these times, the bull market was over, including here. Literally, each single time I was called crazy and told the bull market was over for any number of reasons. These guys here at least have the best reason. These guys here were just perma bears. But, in my opinion, they're still wrong. Good day at work, Leighton. Get that dry powder, bro. I was wondering, I was like, where's all my shit at? All right, let's see what happens on this break. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Good night, Jacko.
What's up, Qua?
Ugh. Disgusting.
It's time to start getting happy again.
When's that?
So there's a path
Where is it?
right here. Go 108, 648. We're past there. Takes us to 108, 812. And we must cross this orange line right here. One second. We'll need a little bit of resistance up here on this bottom of this ellipse. So that's where this angular is important. So you see this line here must cross in 109, 545. Okay. Well, before we get to that, we've got this spot right here. It is 10. I have to put a tag up there because I'm having a hard time reading it. Let's see. $109,307. And that gets us to our cross bar right here. This is the drop, you see? It's like this. And now we're punching back up through and beat this route. So let's break it down a little better. All right, there's that 109,307 that I just drew or added in there. Okay, so I'm on the 8-hour chart and let's look at it. So yesterday we were talking about this blue box and I said we needed to cross over this angular right here and get up to the top of this box. Well, we've done that. We're nearly over the edge of this fib wedge right here on this angle. And so our 8-hour candle is here. And you notice that the arm it was facing, look at this, the direction that we're, see, from here to here, this blue line. So our current 8-hour candle has a wick that extends up here. So right now it's filling to the upside. We want that to cross this line here, which is 108,648. Actually, it's a little higher because here it is. It's this little green dotted line. Get it. 108,669. Of course it is. So here we go. Highlight that. So we want that body of that candle to at least fill up to that point and hopefully a little higher because that is a small angular that it would cross. And then the next candle opens up on this pole. Let's see what time. That's 4 a.m. So it's 1:46 a.m. now on the East Coast, and if we can between now and then open the next 8-hour candle above 108.3 and preferably beyond 108,648, then that puts us in a good position to be rounding this curve. The next descending angle we need to face is here. So we want to, if you can see that, this is right here. And this is our daily support line that we crossed to the downside underneath. And now we're swinging back up. That wick went to that line there. This is me drawing it out from when we went to the upside over on the other side. And then here is that marker. You notice this between these two orange dashed lines. That is the space that we have to get through in order to cross at the top part of that descending angle and move up through back into this parabola here. See? So that was that daily support line there on these orange lines. So these two orange lines are what we need to keep our eyes on in the next 16 hours. 8 and 8 is 16, so yeah, like 16 hours or so, because 4 a.m. So then the 4 a.m. candle, then the 8 a.m. candle, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the 8 to 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. Let's go to our 4 hour. Okay, so here's that on the 4 hour, and let's look at where. Okay, so we're at the bottom of this current 4 hour candle. On the, you see the body. I'll show you right here. But notice it's above this black line. Go across. And above my blue box. Okay, so here you see the corner at the top of that blue box. Here you see the curve. Here you see this. And then this is our candle. So this blue line and these orange dash lines are up here. See this? They're right like that. This 109.307 is our target on this next 4 hour candle. See how it's opening, coming down here? We don't want it to fall too much. And then when the next one opens, we want it to swing back this way. Now, if it doesn't, then we retest the bottom, and then that would be a little bit more bearish because we would be under those moving averages and then pushing that us back down, possibly below 107.8. So we need to keep an eye on this line here,
Everything's coming down now, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Getting wrecked.
So let's watch if it stops here on this spot. If it doesn't, then we have some downside at this cross here, because this is the bottom of that previous 4 hour candle right there. And now we're here. So we're talking about this swing and making up back up through to the top here. So 1:51 a.m. this 4 hour would be 12. The 4 o'clock. So here's our goal here. Between now and 4 a.m., we would like to get back up to the top side of this candle where this double top is, and we don't want to fall below this line right here, which let's take this here, is below 108.3. Okay, we're pushing down a little further. All right, here's the 6 hour. So we don't want that 6 hour arm to swing down this way. Go back to the 4 hour. You see how the 4 hours, even though it's pushing down, it's still on this swing. And then here's the 8 hour. So let's go to the one.
I'm here, y'all. Looks like we got that break. Let's see if this invalidation holds. If not, we're looking for that 786 hit on this liquidity sweep. Hopefully some nice stopping volume candle that we can sink our teeth into.
That brings 107.
What we're looking for is a body close underneath the dotted line.
Where's Ethereum?
Nah, we want to close a body underneath. Wooney, who you whispering to over there?
I'm still whispering. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, something with my microphone, man. I don't know what it is.
I can hear you fine now. You're probably just far from it or something.
My headset microphone. Maybe I'm just so used to whispering. I don't. Discord is tricky, man. Some people are super loud, some you can't hear, and God, always playing with the volume. Got the new microphone, but
Nah,
I
man,
don't
sounds
like to
good.
sit still.
If you want to move around, the problem is you need to get like a shotgun mic, but then you need a quiet environment because they'll pick up everything in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like an omnidirectional. Even if it's not a shotgun mic, I mean, shotgun mic would be the best option because that picks you up from far, but there's like a thin channel. Like you still have to face the mic itself. But those omnidirectional mics, they'll pick up the entire room, right? That's like something you can sit on a table at a podcast and everybody talks into it. But for that, you gotta have a quiet room, and that shit picks up echoes and all that. So you need to have like soundproofing and.
Yeah, the hell with that.
You can lean a
Oh,
decent way away from the mic. It just depends. If you're gonna be sitting back, then you turn your gain up a little bit, but then you got to remember your gain's up.
You're talking on your Samsung right now?
Yeah. Mic
How
check
far
1
away?
2.
Yes, you sound good all the time.
Here I'm right on top of it. I'm like literally like less than an inch from it. But normally about a fist
Okay.
is a good about a fist distance. I love the way that mic looks without the cover on it.
Yeah, me too.
But it sounds better with the cover. But it looks cool as shit without the cover.
Yeah. That's why I got it. Remind me of my Rode mic because I had the Rode
Yeah. Podcast mic.
Podcaster,
Yeah.
the USB one, brand new, man, and that thing does not work. I thought about just switching to XLR just so I could use it. I think it's the USB pot that's broken on the mic.
You didn't. I would have returned that shit.
I couldn't because I bought it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't buy it from. I bought it. I purchased it off eBay. I tried, but eBay's an authorized seller, so they gave me such a hard time, man. They won't even let me send it there to have them fix it. I offered to pay to have them fix it. They would not. I'm like, okay.
Mana, your highest probability for stopping volume candles are going to be into demand or into liquidations. Right, you want to come into an area of liquidity that catches it and sends it back up. Something that helps the market maker. Typically, that's either these demand zones or these, thicker pockets of liquidity. If they come for a full liquidity sweep, then I'm looking for a stopping volume candle into the golden pocket-ish area here. For worst case scenario.
That's why I got the Samsung for the look, and it has good reviews too.
Still haven't invalidated this W. That's why that measured move is still there. Even though we've already broken out of the bearish channel, the W pattern isn't invalidated yet. But we wait until the invalidation to remove the pattern in the measurement. Until it's, while it's still valid, there's still a chance of going up again. What I'd want to see for confirmation is some sort of retest of the 50 that fails and rolls over. Or if we get it back above the 50, hold and get accepted back into this range.
What do you have your settings on for your mic on Discord? Do you have it on voice isolation? I know the regular mic sounds really good on studio, but that
Let me
picks up
check. Hold
everything.
on. I have it on custom.
Custom? Yeah, custom and studio, studio sounds really good, but that picks up every little sound.
I've got the input all the way up.
Input all the way up.
Input sensitivity. Let me see. Voice processing, I have it on crisp. Advanced voice activity on. Automatic gain control on. Bypass system audio input processing on.
Where's crisp? have it on voice.
That's about it. Yeah, we're gonna want to do that by this month, Try. I would like to see that by definitely by Halloween. People just need to feel safe enough to buy again. It's possible, Try. Like I said, it's just the underlying liquidity, right? So if there's enough buys to offset the liquidity, then we'll just go sideways. But either way, time-wise, in my opinion, we're coming to the end of this bearishness. Yeah, M2 looks good, man. After that little correction that they had. Like 6 hours of my life that I'll never get back. Trying to figure out what happened to that M2 chart. Yeah, the gold play for me is done when our country opens back up. When our government decides to go back to work, that's when I'm going to call it. And I'm not calling the top there, but that's going to be my top. Damn, the first 2 hours of this stream were a banger. I need to clip that shit unless I want to keep going over that entire chart every time somebody asks about it. Cup and handle comes from an uptrend, Sergio. But either way, if it puts in what looks like a handle, that would just be the right side of a W. A cup and handle, you want to see it come from an uptrend into a cup, into a handle. Continuation pattern. This came from a downtrend into a cup. But either way, same measured move, right? Let's say we get that full measured move for that drop. Or even if it was to stop here and put in what would have been the handle, right? The measured move is the same. Your cup and handle measured move would be the width of, the depth of the cup. And it's the same, right? Same measured move. Same one we're looking at here. Even if we create a bigger W here, it still has the same measured move as the other one. Because you get the measurement from the first dip to the neckline. Yeah, W's tend to do that when you're ranging. How you know you're in a range, right? If your W turns into an M, turns into a W, then you can bet that you're in a range.
What was that? Ba-doom-doom.
It is kind of nice that you got to be close to this mic though, because I got a portable AC running in here. I got a fan running in here.
Yeah, if you put it on studio, it would pick all that up. The buttons on the back of the microphone, have you messed around with them? It has one that says mid and then BD12.
Yeah, that's the curve. That's gonna be, I believe, for the sound table. Mine is just on the middle, or the one that takes off the bass.
Yeah, so
But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I gotta check the little pamphlet again. But I think that's like 3 different like presets of EQ level. Whatever. Zero try. Zero. We have never had a cycle of any kind end when everybody said it was. That would make everybody right, right? And we know that 85% of people will end the bull market either at break even or at a loss. So if 85% of people are telling you it's over, one of the strongest indications that it's probably not. We've never bottomed with everybody saying it's the bottom, and we've never topped with everybody saying it's the top. Yeah, they're counting the dates wrong. That's what we went through earlier. No, we've never topped an extreme fear. Bro, there's people that aren't even in crypto saying it's over. Right? Because everybody heard about the big dip. So all of these people that were jealous of you 3 months ago because they didn't listen and, oh man, crypto's up so much, I'm such an idiot. When it crashes, they come out of the woodworks, right? So they're like, crypto's a scam, crypto's over, you guys are idiots, you just lost everything. You just know the universe is going to make them eat their words, right? Like, there's no way in how those guys get to be. Life just doesn't work like that.
Hey there, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
Just looking at the charts. Can we check the fear and greed index? Because CoinAnk shows me that it's 23, extreme fear.
Yeah, we should be somewhere near. That doesn't sound wrong. Yeah, 23 extreme fear.
Okay.
Nice reset on
Thank you.
everything. Reset on leverage, reset on extreme fear. The main reason that, so one of the reasons that we like when everybody thinks it's done and it's not is because when it recovers and it breaks a high, these are the same people that FOMO in. Right? When you're like, well, who the hell would buy Bitcoin at 100? How do we get to 150K? Like, who the hell's gonna buy Bitcoin at 130? Somebody that thought it was over at 107 and missed their entries usually. And then those same people that are telling you it's over right now, when we get anywhere near 150K, they'll be telling you it's going to 250, 350. They'll be the same ones that are calling for a super cycle. All right, looks like we're gonna invalidate here, but let's see. We still got a minute and 40 seconds.
You know, Dbloc, there is only one indicator that hasn't been validated in this, let's say, 4-year cycle, and that's the pi cycle.
There's a good chance that that gets invalidated this year. I was looking at it the other day.
Okay.
The only reason I say it is because I'll show you. Hold on. And it's not bearish at all why I say it, but you'll understand when I pull it up. Where is it?
Maybe we need the 350-day moving average, because
Where the hell
it
is the?
hasn't been.
Hold on. Where the hell is the indicator though?
Why it's not visible?
Maybe because I'm on the crypto chart. Let me see. No, I don't want you to show me that. I want you to show me the damn lines. Show moving averages, yes. P's and P's. All right, so
Okay.
let me get rid of everything else here. So on the daily, every time our moving averages cross, right, we get the pi cycle top. Right, so all you're doing is looking for a moving average cross between the 350 and the 111. The same way that we do the 13 and the 50, right? But this is for macro. So when the 111 crosses underneath the 350, bull market's over. But look at this. So I don't see how we're gonna get that cross. Remember, this is a slow moving average, right? So for this to come up and cross, I mean, that shit's sitting at 200K right now. You would literally have to come up to above 170, 180, 190. So it's possible, right? But we have never... See, like, here, this is how it normally looks. Right? You see how much gap there is here between them? You see how much you had to pump to bring them together?
Yep.
Right? And then here, same thing. Really big gap. Had to pump hard. That brought your EMA up and crossed. We came close here. Everybody was freaking out. Right? But then look at how much distance we've created. Let's just, for argument's sake, right, go back to a different cycle and see where we are, where we were when we had a gap that big.
Oh boy. Last one.
Right? Look at how much we pumped after that, before we got the signal.
Can this coincide with M2 global supply?
Yeah, I mean, if we go into an extended cycle, that would make sense because there's more time, right? What makes it not make sense is if this is done in 2 months, how the hell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically, that would bring you all the way down to like COVID recovery as far as how much cycle was left when there was that much distance. Same right here, right? You're going right back to like recovering off the dips. So that's why I say that if gun to my head, I would say that this fails this year. Not because we don't go up. I just can't imagine that we go up high enough to actually close it. Like we would literally have to come up above, probably above 250. Or another way that it could happen is we could pop and consolidate.
Yeah, could be.
And in that consolidation, this will also start to come down while this is coming up, right? And then you get the cross somewhere inside this consolidation, the pi cycle indicator goes off.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, I mean that's only one of the indicators that I check for. But as you can see, it hasn't really let us down. People were upset and they said that the pi cycle top indicator failed during the last bull market because it triggered here and not here, right?
Yeah.
Which at the time, sure, if you sold it all and went back up, oh, I'm mad. But looking back on it now, do you really care that it told you to get out at 64 instead of 69? Who cares? You know what I mean? You still managed to catch the top 5% of that move, which is all that's really important.
Or if we stay in this range, I don't know, 125, 132K, and 100,000, maybe in this range we consolidate, and the slowest moving average,
just
the
swept.
300 days moving
Yeah.
average.
Yeah, I get what you're
tries
saying.
to slow down and drop.
Yeah.
Towards 110, 111.
All right, so we got that drop into golden pocket. This isn't the big drop into golden pocket liquidity hunt we were looking for. This is the smaller retrace golden pocket to see if we put in a higher low or not. Remember, the measured move is 786. We've taken out most of the 100Xs except for this little batch right here. Yeah, that's invalidated. We can get rid of this now, which is good because that shit was an eyesore.
God.
Yeah, so if we put this at the break,
What is SCX, man? That thing's up 70% during this. Source X.
I don't know. I stay out of that part of Web3, bro. I don't know where you are. In the dungeon. I remember during the metaverse thing. Was anybody here when I went to that? So they were dropping a POAP or a proof of attendance NFT, right? POAPs were big during the NFT phase, and there was this famous artist, like RL famous, real life famous, that was doing this POAP. I think it was Obey. That's what it was, and they had a POAP in some shady ass metaverse that was only like half built. So I streamed it. I was like, all right, screw it. Let's metaverse experience, right? We're diving in. Let's go. Let's go check this party out. So I'm looking for it and I can't find the building. And I thought I found the building. So I walk in and I go up these stairs and there's just a bunch of pictures of Chinese women with Chinese writing, right? All fully clothed, decent looking, women with some writing and some numbers. I don't read Chinese. I don't know what the hell it is, right? So I'm like, maybe the party's upstairs. So I go up the stairs again, and on the second floor, they're like a little less dressed, right? Still dressed, but with like shorts and little skirts. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. And maybe it's like a clothing store or something like that. I go up one more flight of stairs, and it's like bikinis. And I'm like, wait a minute. Something Did I did I just stumble into like a metaverse Chinese brothel or something? Like I feel like I'm not supposed to be here right now. Then I started looking at the signs and the words and the numbers, and I'm like, shit, are these prices? And let me get the hell out of here. Apparently, the party was next door. Like I had walked into the wrong building. But yeah, the metaverse got weird there for a second, man. You never know what the hell you're gonna stumble on. That entire building read like a menu for some illegal ass shit. Yeah, I didn't make it to the top floor. I was like, remember I was like streaming. I was streaming this shit to the Discord, so everybody was watching, right? And as we kept going up, it was like, we're gonna leave this one alone. I have to be. I'm in the wrong place right now. It legit felt like a menu for some real life illegal business somewhere in Asia, bro. Where they like just send the customers into the metaverse. Here, pick your poison. Yep, we're getting good vector candles down through the sweep, which means market maker is building long positions in this range. Still looking for decent entry though. I haven't seen it yet. I need to see this price catch.
What do you see for Tau?
Tau's still running?
No, Tau. Tau's dropping like it's hot.
Really? Tau kind of got away from me. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't buy enough Tau. Tau's one of those that so rarely gets cheap that even though it's off rotation, I feel like I have to pick a little bit up in that big drop.
Just bought a little bit. We need dominance to drop. Ethereum, you hear that?
Star Atlas will do it. At least Star Atlas is a decent game. Most of those metaverse shits were just like really bad Roblox knockoffs. Like Minecraft. Weird how many people got into that shit. All right, let's see, y'all. We're at that 786 now, so let's see if this is going to be the sweep or not. There's plenty of liquidations down here. The forced sells from these liquidations should be enough to absorb that demand.
The cat is really calling me. I'm kind of scared of it now, though. A lot of shit's bouncing.
I don't know, man. We haven't really had a weekly swing. Only Ethereum was holding together the market maker's weekly pattern, and if it takes out these lows, then that means that our midweek reversal fell apart for the most part. So
Thermoclick wants to go back and test the bottom of that wick, man.
yeah, I mean, I'll buy some if that happens, but I don't want to see what that's going to do to other alts. You're down on the 1 minute, Rajesh. Yeah. See you swinging. Yeah, this would be our bullish engulfing here. We just need the candle to close. Just remember your invalidation is right at the body of that candle. And now you want to watch the 5 minute to see if this builds. I hate when you have that setup where there's one on the 1 minute, but the 5 minute candle is already closed. Right, because then
Yeah,
you
hard.
lose the chance of having that stopping volume candle on the 5 minute because it's a brand new candle. Now you got to wait for this thing to come in and put in a wick and then retrace a body. Yeah, so 1 minute stopping volume candle would have been invalidated there heavy. Now you're coming for the liquidations. Remember, this is make it or break it time. Right. Golden pocket holds, or we revisit the wick.
Did it get down there yet?
Not yet. It's still got to get through this demand, but there's a decent amount of liquidations there. Yeah, if we open up the possibility to taking out this wick, Because once we get through these liquidations, if it doesn't stop there, if we don't get a stopping volume candle here, then that leads me to think that market maker wants this vector. And at that point, we get into the wick territory where there's nothing to hold us here. Right? There's no real price action there to stop anything. We can go and see if there's any price action to the left. Hey, look, we're back to that World War III dip. To pull that over. Yeah, that vector is sitting right in that like 102 range. Again, we've got to let it play out though. Get ahead of ourselves here. How far we've had to go back to find any sort of that's our worst case scenario. This is our 102 support. Remember real quick on the macro chart, if I can find it. Guys, get organized, Dbloc. Right, this is the move that we've been talking about if it plays out. The touch of the 50 EMA. Right, that we get after that bull market support band breaks. That's what we've done every time, Sergio. Break the bull market support band, hold prior support, retest the 50. Break the bull market support band, hold prior support, retest the 50. Break the bull market support band, prior support, 50 EMA. That's big, right? There. This is the move I'm talking about. Problem is this. I'll be gonna be completely honest with y'all. If we come down lower than this wick, you better have strong conviction. Because everybody and their mother is going to be saying this shit is over at that point. For me, we have to lose the 50. We have to lose the 50 and bearishly reject the support. Right? I went through this earlier just so you guys know what my invalidations are. If we break the support and come down and touch the 50 and come back up and bearishly retest that 50, I'm out. Right? I'll be completely on the sidelines by that point because that opens up the bigger move down. This, in my opinion, is where you can say that the bull market is over. Until you come down underneath 74.5, nobody can say the bull market's over. They're guessing. The problem is we're not riding this shit down to 74.5. Right? We're going to take an early signal. If it breaks and it shows bearishness, that has to be confirmed. It's all about protecting your capital, taking as little risks as possible. But again, that's not, in my opinion, not the most probable outcome. Right? This happens in two ways to the top side. We come down and then we come up and we come down and we come up and we consolidate up here and build support while the 50 EMA makes its way up to us. We test it and then we make new all-time high. Right? That's the first possibility. Second possibility is that price comes down to the 50, then comes up, hold support, all-time high. That's 2. 3 is the one down here that we just talked about that nobody wants. So let me be a little clearer about this though, so I don't have to keep drawing it every time. So in the first possibility, we range and then pop. Right? We'll say that is our bullish take. Where the hell's my arrow? Oh, okay, there we go. Now, second most bullish would be this doesn't hold. We come down and hold the 50. Damn you, magnet. We come down and hold the 50, pop up, hold support, all-time high. Right, we'll put that one in yellow. Red light, green light. Right, possibility 1, possibility 2. Possibility 3 is the one we don't want. Comes down, holds the 50. Comes up and retests and fails that retest of support. That one we'll put in red. Right? Nobody knows, nobody can tell you which one of these is going to happen. What we can do is minimize our risks. right? Look at all the possibilities, look at all the outcomes, make a plan, and stick to it when the time comes. This is weekly candle chart, right? This isn't a today, tomorrow thing. Right now we're seeing how we react, seeing if we're actually going to come down and start this sort of move that we're talking about. All right, I'm going to leave that alone because my ADHD is going to drive me crazy if I keep messing with it.
Bitcoin.
We good though? Everybody copy on that? Everybody understand the logic behind it?
3 o'clock. 3.
Yeah, make a screenshot, Dbloc, to see which one of these gets into play.
Well, my money is quite literally on either one or two. You know?
Okay.
And now we got the possibility to make this a nice stopping volume candle. We need to keep popping up here on the 5-minute.
Oh,
Like, right, you really want to see aggression when it comes to these drops.
Nope.
Yeah, it's just too slow. Too slow.
What BlackRock do today? I know they made what, one buy.
I almost got wrecked too. Everybody almost got wrecked. Bro, this is so bad. Remember I kept saying, yo, I feel like some market maker somewhere blew up and the body just hasn't floated up to the top yet. After reading some of the shit, I think it came really close, bro. Like market makers literally had to pull all funds just to avoid something really bad happening. Not to us, to them. You know what I mean?
BlackRock is continue. They did make a purchase early this morning, but then they started selling off again. 300 Bitcoin, 300 Bitcoin, 300.
They're still, yeah, they're still doing those 300 Bitcoin sells.
Yeah. 793. They had it back up to over 800,000 Bitcoin this morning. But started selling again.
Nah, I didn't see that craze. Nah, but I think they've come to the conclusion that they're better off with a ETH ETF, holding ETH ETFs than the same rotational play that we're all doing, right? Like think about what big money's doing that's not institutions. They've made a bunch of money on Bitcoin. Now they're trying to pull Bitcoin out to be able to put it in ETH for the next wave up. When BlackRock does that, it looks like how we see now. Remember, these things settle after. They spend the last week selling, but if you go back 2 weeks ago, they spent the last 2 weeks before that loading up on Ethereum. So it's just a way that they balance, right? They balance their positions. Yeah, that's why I like physical gold, man. I don't trust these derivatives. They always got super fancy algos on how they keep pinned and all that, and it all sounds good until it doesn't. You know what I mean? To sweep or not to sweep? I guess we know the answer now.
Oh no. Ooh.
Don't know why that guy sold his short.
I think if we get an AI run, Tao's gonna do
Didn't go
good.
too
I
early.
think Tao's a pretty safe bet. High market cap, gonna do well when AI runs, no matter what sort of narrative, would whether it's an AI agent narrative or AI info. Less ROI, in my opinion, than some of the riskier bets, but in my opinion, I see it as more secure. It's the heavier side of my AI sort of barbell, right? Weighted heavy in Tau, and then smaller positions that I haven't even opened yet that counterweight that, right?
Where's he daring that? It's a bloodbath.
All right, we're down at golden pocket. We need to hold this on higher time frames, right? Meaning, like, I don't want an hourly close underneath the golden pocket here, which happens to be in 9 minutes. Ideally, any price action underneath the golden pocket is just a wick to clear some liquidations. We start closing candles on higher time frames underneath there, then that's when this part of the TA steps in. That's when we get in danger of revisiting that wick. My bad, I'm getting tired. I feel like I've been talking extra today, no bullshit. Yeah, this is one of those streams. I'm probably gonna have to relabel this stream because I don't want to lose it in the mix. This is gonna be one of those streams that we can look back on, I think. Especially to see if shit plays out. What we're talking about. Yeah, it's possible, Fabio. But until we trap long and short and CME closes, I'm not gonna be convinced that market makers in control yet. Right? I need to see all of it. Okay, so if we're gonna come down and trap shorts, cool. We come up and trap longs, and then come down and CME closes, and we actually range. Then I'll be like, okay, market maker's showing, showing some muscle here. Till then, I just have to assume that until the liquidations are done, unless aggressive buyers step in, we'll continue to sweep. See if this golden pocket holds, though. Get rid of this other fib.
We took that Coinbase wick.
Man, these guys at Coinbase think they're special because their charts didn't screw up as bad as everybody else.
CZ wasn't gonna allow that. He was like, I'm coming to get ya.
Buy a beer to soothe your throat, Big D.
Made with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah, no bullshit. I need to get like some tea or something before bed. W super chat, bro. I appreciate your support, family. Yeah, we've been grinding it out, trees. Nah, my Tau isn't staked. I don't know how much staking I'm gonna do, to be real with y'all guys. This isn't exactly the type of environment that I want to deal with any lockups. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep my shit liquid where I can make a decision and not have to worry about any blackout periods or anything like that.
Yeah, these candles are starting to twitch. Europe's about to wake up, or they're about the market's about to open.
Where the hell are my liquidations at? Nah, really though, where's my liquidations at? Am I tripping or just disappear off of my list? Oh, okay. There we go. Now we're back. These EMAs are just screaming to the downside.
Where do you think it stops, Steve? Do you think this might catch it?
I don't know, so we've been waiting for. So let's see. Still waiting for a stopping volume candle, something on the at least mid time. And I don't want to close an hourly candle underneath it. Which I think we avoided, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we've got an hour, meaning we can come down underneath, but I don't want to close that hourly underneath it. So if we come down and we get, you know, some sort of move there, or if this is it and we come up and grab this, start putting in what we need to see on lower time frames here. The target for me is liquidations, right? Market maker doesn't have any targets down there, in my opinion, except for that last vector underneath. So if these liquidations don't hold us up and this golden pocket doesn't hold us up, then we revisit the wick.
There could be a chance Dbloc at 1 hour time frame to build here a bullish order block at 1 hour time frame. Two similar, let's say, engulfing candles or something like that.
Yeah.
Below the wicks.
Problem is the velocity, man. We need speed, and we're not getting it. This slow shit is for the birds. We're not gonna build anything substantial with this.
I'm just waiting also a bounce on the Dow Jones futures and the S&P, ES1 and NQ1. Maybe those could change the trend or have an influence.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to go do some research before it gets too late, or finally seeing a bit of aggression come across the tape. That's a start.
Dominance is
Keep it
going
up
down.
though.
It's gonna get worse for alts.
Let's see what we got. Our buy orders underneath. Oh god, this is spoof central. Look at this shit. There hasn't been an order that lived more than frickin' 2 candles.
What the heck?
This is the same guy with the 1.2K and 700. He's been literally playing this market the whole time. Literally all the same guy spoofing. 1.7, 700, 1.5, 690, 834, 1.2, 750, 1.2, 760, 1.17. This is all the same dude. Why nobody likes him. And here he is underneath us, 800, 132. Just teasing the market. He's not letting any of those orders fill.
Surprised Drew hasn't been on. What was that token? He was XAN. Green for the day, actually. Wow, it ripped today. But almost took it all back. It's still up 6% for the day, but it ripped up like 30% just to come down. Can I get a whoop whoop? How you doing, Tana?
Feels better.
Huh?
Oh, were you talking to me, Winnie?
Yeah, I said, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Um, I got out of my long when we broke down out of that channel on the 5 minute, and then I was like, I'm gonna enter a short, and then I forgot to do that, and I kept getting alerts on my. I had set up a bunch of alerts at like 108.2, and then I got another one 1084 and 1082, like one right after another, and then I went to go feed my cats, and then I got distracted, and so completely. Anyways, how are you?
I'm okay. Trying to survive.
Are you in anything?
I'm in tow. Someone say we got Xbox options expiring today. Thinking this is too, man. Doesn't like those wicks from the other day. Wiki wiki. Blue wiki.
I was over in BJ's channel, and somebody over there referenced a movie from the 80s, and where they jump off a pier one after another, and they're like, "Don't commit suicide." And like someone yells from the boat or something.
Wee. That's how they used to call pigs, right? Suey, suey. You can see the guy on the farm yelling suey. Suey. Wait, come on. We need to turn around. This is getting redunculous. Nothing should be able to dump this much. What's ATLA? That thing's up 40% for the day. Wow, that must have had some news or something, because 1600 hours, what time is that? 4 p.m.? It ripped up like crazy. What is this? The modular multi-layer EVM. Oh, Atlita. Atlita. Says the market cap for this thing is 156 billion. I don't think so.
Can you guys hear when I press my push to talk button?
I did that time, but I don't normally. Do it again.
I did it.
I can hear it, but it's not the like Discord noise. It's more like the mechanical sound of you actually hitting the key. It's not like
Yeah.
it's doing that weird like bloop, bloop.
But you hear it every time I press it.
Just because you made me listen for it.
Okay. Some other people I don't hear it. I need it though. I might say something dumb.
Maybe you could just stop hitting the push to talk button like a savage, you know, like just lightly press it. No, it sounds like you're slapping it, is what I mean.
I tried to press it with my fingernail that time. How about my pinky fingernail? Nope. What if I just keep pressing it?
I didn't hear it that time. No, I hear it.
Can you hear it?
Mm-hmm.
You could hear it every time.
Yeah. Bitcoin DOM is moving up. Like I said, I don't see a situation right now where Bitcoin DOM doesn't move up if Bitcoin is moving, whether up or down.
Won't stop.
Drop. Put them down, open up shop.
Whoa. Let the Rough Riders roll. Stop. Now I got this stuck in my head. Oh.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on this chart, but I have to get this research done, or I'm gonna be up till like 5 in the morning. Does anything crazy, I'll pop back on.
Okay. But wait, before you go, the massive like big target is probably 100K for you on your chart.
917 buys. I'm looking to not close an hourly underneath a golden pocket. If that happens, then we lose the golden pocket and we revisit the wick.
Okay.
Only thing that can stop us from revisiting that wick is that 900 Bitcoin and whoever else jumps on board, whether we start to build a wall there or something. But that's the first static buy order that I've seen in a while that hasn't been like spoofed. Like this guy actually wants to pick up 900 Bitcoin there, so. We're running out of liquidity, right? The move down was all this was just a liquidity sweep. So we're running out of liquidations, I should say, not liquidity.
Your algorithm must be on point with this new video you put out because there's so many people in chat I've never seen before. So shout out to all those new people in there.
Nice, nice. Yeah, somebody came in brand new and was like, damn, that's the first time I come to the channel and I walk into that shit. Funny. But yeah, anybody that's here that wasn't here for the beginning, the first 2 hours of the stream are really worth a rewatch. I'm gonna get off here for a minute, but if you got your charts on the side, and you've got your levels drawn out, then go rewatch the beginning of the stream or the next time y'all aren't doing anything. Went through a pretty comprehensive macro outlook. All right, I'll be back, yo. I'll come back before I get off again.
Woony will send I'll send Woony to go put a ladder down when you're ready to get out of that rabbit hole.
Thank you, thank you. I love how she said she'll send Woony to do it. Like she thought about it for a second. Was like, I'm not carrying that heavy ass ladder. All right, I'll be back.
Bump it. Ooh, we got a green candle. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is that? Why is the chart going up? That's weird. I didn't know there was green candles too. Jeez.
Well, those are nice red vectors to recover, at least, you know. And on the daily, I think the daily candle at the top of this move down is also a vector that needs to be recovered. So it's leaving reasons why to go back up. Not to mention the short squeeze would be nice. Stopping volume candles don't always work, as you could see to the left on Dbloc's chart. There is a green one right there. I'd like a stopping candle and then a retest on the 15. But the 1 hour would be nice too.
Your gold actually holding up. That's crazy, dude. It actually played out to be a safe haven while everything else goes down. Bitcoin was just a dream.
Because all the money's going into gold. What was dumping? People buying gold.
forget when I checked, but Arkham, or yeah, I checked Arkham and Winnie, have you checked
Yeah,
BlackRock's?
BlackRock sold today. What was it, like 6, 7
D-
hours ago now?
Oh yeah,
Yep, back to the same thing. They bought early this morning, one buy.
was it
I'm like,
small?
30 million or something like that. But then they went right back to their selling off 300 Bitcoin, 300 Bitcoin, 300 Bitcoin. Same as every other day.
Oh, the futures are selling.
See, right.
Nasdaq futures.
Lego Legacy. Dump.
Dbloc is writing Legos are
Legacy dumping.
oh
What a sad face. Wow. Jeez. Yep. Thank you, Legacy.
some graffiti right there.
Yeah, let's go back to that wick.
Quit tagging.
He can't help it.
They doing this when everyone's sleeping. Okay, let me put my thinking cap on. Who, why, purpose.
Where's everybody today? Huh?
They're probably there just listening. Or they're in a trade, concentrating.
Remember earlier, everybody thought it was turning around, everybody was cheering, then it ripped back down, and I was like,
Ugh.
why'd it get so quiet?
Okay, so oh, you know what I was thinking? What if that wick down originally is is like a humongous trap short, and they're bringing price down to untrap those shorts? Like, what if somebody big got stuck down there and they're like, oh, I got you. It might take me a week and a half, but
Dump, dump
and so they're
billions and
spoofing their
billions.
way down to untrap them, their buddy. I can hear Dbloc now, like, huh, I didn't think of that. That's actually a good idea.
We get one green candle, then 3 red ones. Oh, we're gonna turn around. Nice sight. See? Rip it. Just freaking dump already, man. Just go where you need to go.
Well, the faster it does it, the more inclined I am that it's going to go back up.
Oh boy.
Because it's not like,
Yeah.
I don't feel like the news is big enough for like how Dbloc explained the names of the two things he said, the 2.0, 1.0 thing, where they attacked it. Like, I don't really see any attacks except for an Oracle change and taxes and government shutdown. But you fix all that stuff, and then I don't know. The SPY too is at a pivotal like support line. So if it falls out of it, then es malo. Dang, YouTube chat's popping. We got like 200 people in here at a really weird time. That's an indicator for me right there.
Meaning what? What's it indicating?
Something.
That bear market's here. That was the top of Bitcoin. Now we're gonna dump for 6 months.
Oh wow, you guys are all crazy. Really? There are a bunch of different time zones. All right. They use the word dude in Asia? Huh.
Dude, why can't they? Dude.
The more you know. I didn't know they used that word in Asia.
It's a horse's ass.
Really?
You never heard that?
Well, this guy's name is Dude Talks, so the horse's ass talks. So that
It's like Mr. Ed, but he stands backwards.
I'm Mr. Ed.
You're talking out of your ass again. Yeah, that's my car.
I wonder where these people normally hang out at on YouTube.
Ask them. Where do you usually hang out?
Oh,
YouTube?
hi YouTube chat. Where do you guys normally hang out? Just in $250 million liquidated from the cryptocurrency market in the past 60 minutes.
Let me see that.
Watch your guru, Twitter.
Isn't that
X.
something?
Oh,
Hi, Aion.
That's Brenda. Or it's BJ. Sorry.
yeah, it's BJ. Get it right, Tana.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Tana,
Good morning.
Tana, Montana.
Oh, I'm sorry, BJ. I have you turned down for some reason. Hold on.
She's both for me too. See what I mean?
Everybody's saying that lately. I don't know what it is.
It's Discord. It's all messed up. Then people end up turning, because people are loud, then we end up turning our mics down, and then can't win.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna come on me.
We
I was talking about my
passed
cat.
the April support line, so we're needing to kind of hold in this area, or we'll see probably with the 104 down to 103,550. And a little bit if we can't hold this.
See Crypto Face earlier? He posted Bitcoin's about to rip. Yeah.
No, it said rip your butt.
Oh, the rest in peace kind of rip? Or
I thought he meant it was gonna pump. I don't know.
No, it says ... something. You have to read the whole
It
title.
did have indications that it was
Yeah.
making it, it just fell apart. But right now we're getting slight, just a slight little.
He was using weeks, Tana. Did you see that part? Crypto phase.
Mm-mm. Sorry, BJ. Go ahead.
Okay. The 8-hour had shown that it was looking like from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. we could go back up to the 109 level. So we'll have to see what happens here between now and 4 a.m. if we can rise up above the 107 line. But if we fall further here, we'll hit this 103,550, and then we'll have to assess whether or not that'll hold or not.
Hmm. Let me look on Twitter what this news must be.
I think Ukraine and Russia are in the news again. Pretty. I think Ukraine hit something with their oil. Russia's. So I have to look at that. See.
It's about the bad bank loans.
Oh.
I saw a video of it a few hours ago. This other person I watched. Have you heard about that?
Not enough apparently. What do you have?
One moment.
Let me see. Bank loans corporate or is it?
I put a little snippet in the chat bubble here, the voice chat.
Oh, the regional banks. Okay. So this regional banking issue was a really big thing. Was it 2 years ago or 3? Time goes so fast.
Yeah, from what I'm reading, it's banking stocks that are selling off, which are probably making up a lot of the sector, I'm guessing.
This does not look very, very good at all here for crypto. At the moment.
I put a couple more facts in the chat.
Thank you. See what the NASDAQ future. NASDAQ. You hear about this fruit recall?
Did you leave me, Woony? So just by myself.
Oh, I had the TV on. I couldn't turn it off so I could answer you.
What are you watching?
Just YouTube.
Are you watching Mr. Ed?
No. Wilbur.
Wilbur.
Oh God.
Yes,
Never gonna
Woony.
end. Huh?
Huh? Oh, I think God answered you.
I hate when he does that. Why even bother giving us a green candle? Why? Jesus. It's not gonna go up. Surprised Emod isn't on here. Yeah, that guy closed his short way too early, huh? He would have been in a lot of profit.
Him and me both. It's so violent. But shorting is like, I like doing it until I know.
What's his name? Loves the short too. I haven't heard of him in a while. What's his name? It's a three-letter name.
DJ?
No,
Sinless?
no, 3 letters.
Mm,
He hung around with BJ a lot.
oh, Ronnie?
Nope. So he go on BJ's channel a lot. God, I haven't heard him in like months. I think he's Asian. Yeah, he's Asian.
Oh.
You're thinking of Epic, aren't you?
Epic, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, haven't heard
No,
him
I
in a
haven't
long
either.
time.
I haven't either. All right, we're breaking under a previous pivot.
Ooh, big cells. Jeez, go. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Pivot!
That's wrong.
The 6-hour RSI is very out of sold. Mucho. $12 at 29.
Bloodbath.
Yeah, I was looking at the daily market Cypher B earlier when we were in the channel, and I was like, because that was a rule I set for myself. I was like, if I keep trading it, I'm gonna zoom out and just try to do macro for trading. And I kept flipping between all of my time frames, and I'd keep going back to the daily, and I was like, dang, the RSI that it uses, like the lines that are usually on top of all of the, I don't know what to call them, but they were blood red and they were pointed down, and then like money inflow was going out, on the daily. But then as you were coming in, it was like even the 15 to 30 to 1 hour looked shisty. But I mean, yeah, news and all that stuff, but the daily was was pointed in the way that Bitcoin looks like right now on the chart. It was just outflowing, crossing over that midline and going down. Bitcoin dominance is almost at 60. I'm out of powder. I'm all out of powder. I'm so lost without it.
Big buys. That was just to try to get people in. That's all that is. Trying to get people to buy the green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would wait for a retest.
Trying to start a party.
You know who's going to that party? Are all poopers.
Wilbur is at the party. Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
These charts are getting slaughtered across the board.
Oh, 104. Oh, where we going? Back to 99. Jesus, slow down. disgusting. Jesus.
Where's Michael Salo when we need him?
That it. Donkulous. Looks like Domlin is going to break 60.
So we did grab the 104 zone. I think it's time to close the shorts.
You've been in a short that whole time?
Shorting from Monday, 11 o'clock at night for me.
Nice. From Monday, a whole all week?
Yes. Doge at 70 cents. Crazy.
17?
17.
what you said?
Yeah. Oh, ETH at 3,700. Crazy. So I officially closed the short. 2,950%. Very.
Damn.
You bit in here, guys? What's going on?
I think that was it.
This thing is insane, dude. I don't know where to bid. This thing looks like it's about to fall off.
That's it.
Nvidia's bouncing a little bit. Apple bounced. Tesla bounced. Dude, crypto's insane, bro. Makes no sense.
It's a scam, man.
crap. Yo. Damn. I wish I never. Let's go. Buddy sleeping.
Finally back in my office so I can chart this sucker.
So you guys start dirty shit when I'm asleep. I just woke up for 2 minutes this night and I was hearing two cups, two girls, two cups and stuff like that. I was like, man.
What happened? Two girls and what?
We
Two
were
girls,
talking about
one cup.
We were talking about names of crypto dating services
Oh boy.
on the blockchain, and we came up with some dirty ones.
Imagine just waking up and hearing that.
Mhm. I said two
So
girls,
you
one cup and handle.
two girls and a cup and handle.
And yeah, that was it. Two girls, two cups, and
No, I said
handle.
one cup and
Here
handle.
is my handle. Here is my spout.
Oh,
I get all steamed up. Do, 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 do. So a crypto
somebody
dating
pour this guy out. Keep tipping. Keep tipping.
tipping. What are you running crypto OnlyFans?
Go ahead, Winnie. You start it.
Break out my lingerie.
All of the pictures will just be of candles.
Candles wearing lingerie.
And you pay extra, you get the ones with the wicks.
Wiki wiki.
And then premium gets you just the wick.
Damn, look at the wick on that one.
Just the wick, please.
It's off.
Hmm?
Maybe we'll see that 1 or 2 area. Maybe a little lower. Some odds are quite strong at this moment. Sui is dipping quite hard.
Master's dipping harder than Sui. Wow, believe it or not, Sui's not the largest one on my watch list that's down. What's the largest here? Avant. AVNT is down 12. COAI is down 18%. Man, I wanted to open a short on that one at 20, but my exchange didn't have it. That's okay. I opened a short with my brain, which is sometimes good enough for me.
I just closed my short.
Thanks. What's another one?
You didn't leave a runner on it?
That was the runner that I closed.
um, one 103 begets 100, 98, 96, 92.
The weekly is at 99.8, weekly 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we crossed and back down underneath the macro line. We're here. There's potential for 96, 92, 89 even. Hang on.
BlackRock selling 2 hours ago.
Damn, 2 hours ago. Bastards. Back to that 300. 268. Didn't buy anything? No.
There's a liquidity band to 101,860.
That 268, that's what they bought yesterday morning, they sold it.
Yeah, we talked about that scenario, didn't we? That they bought 105, they sold 10, whatever we got to today. We need to stay above 105.1 if we're gonna reclaim back up over to 109 and 113. Otherwise, we're gonna revisit these lower numbers.
Apparently there's a new whale, but I gotta find the address. Found it. Let's see here. This is, he's down $11.2 million. He's 100% long. And it's his position. He's got a 15 times Bitcoin long and a 5 times an ETH long. His entry price for Bitcoin was 1081. And Ethereum $4,037. He's continuing to add to these positions. His leverage is $221.9 million is his entire position. Let me send this to you, BJ.
That's on where you watching that one?
The same place. It looks the same as on Hyperdash.
Oh, can you send me a link to like that?
Yeah. Winnie, are we friends?
Huh?
Are we friends?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Nope. It's only been 5 years.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I added.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. BJ, I DM'd it to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we got this band down here too. 101.5. See if I can. At 4 p.m. and it matches right along my curve here. Look at that.
dominance to come down, man.
So unless we close up over this 105 420 and 106, we're gonna be
Damn it. Every time that you need your printer, it's broke. Anybody else has the same problem?
what's broken?
The printer. I think we're going to have a smaller print over here.
We're on the 800 on the 8 hour. 1042 pronounced. The 12 hour was down at 96. I think. 97.
The healthiest is if we go back up in the range now. Claim that 111, 112 area. Maybe on top of the range, even better.
So that's the path I had before that this last dip. I saw you know, the 108, 594, 109, 307, 1096, and then a path up to 112. But since we failed at 105, now we have to claim the 30-minute 5 EMA in pretty short order and climb back over 106, 300.
Time will tell.
Mm-hmm. Because our structure has dropped down so much now. And if this 30-minute 50 EMA comes past this corner here at 106, 158, that 50 EMA will be crossing below the daily open. So right now we could see continuation up. If we can get that 5 EMA right here, this blue line at 105.6, then the 13 at 106.7, then we would need 10, what is that? 107. Let me put that there.
Futures are bouncing a little bit here.
So yeah, to get to where we're not in like huge danger, this has to continue right now. So we should watch the DXY and also the bonds 10-year.
What ticker is that one? The US 500 one?
The 10-year bond. Shoot, it's been so long since hang on, I'll get it.
That's okay. It's okay.
It's US something, I think.
I'm watching the US 500 and it seems to be bouncing with the NASDAQ futures. So I'm just sort of watching that while watching Bitcoin. I'll watch the dollar too. Keep your eyes on the meme coins that are doing well right now.
Mm-hmm.
Altcoins. Whatever you can call well, I don't know.
Well, not totally collapsing.
Yeah.
But we should see ETH restructure first and look for 39 to 4. Where is ETH now?
We got some bullish divergences, of course, happening. 5 minute.
I mean, it's bound to happen in these levels here because they're pivotal. The question is whether we had the volume and the momentum to sustain it before time takes us a drift back under 104. That's the thing.
There's 272 Bitcoin sitting at 100K.
Yeah, that's a big magnet down there.
Yeah. Also, it just doesn't sound like a lot to me. I don't know why. But I know that a lot of money.
ETH is at 37. And Solana was, I was thinking it would be between 177 and 168. There it is. It's at 176.99 right now. So I might, yeah, because it's right now on 50. You may have the 1 minute at 177. And daily. There's room to go down to 162-ish. So a daily needs to go from here and reclaim 187.70. And it looks like it's going to continue to move lower for a little bit, unless the 15-minute 50 EMA is reclaimed. That's 183.85. AVAX is all right. It's at $19.28. 15-minute candle looks pretty decent. It's 15-minute 5 EMA is being crossed right now. And the 50 EMA on the 15-minute is up at $20.42.69. However, the daily, because of that huge wick, the daily does need to recover above $21. So today's candle is very important for AVAX. Then we have, let's see, sorry. H bar is at 15 cents, like almost 16 cents. Ondo is below 70 cents. It's at 68.407. Doge, 17.844. You see what the low was. The 24-hour low was 17,590. 24 high on Doge was 19,113. And it's starting to make a turn upwards, but it would need to definitely put a candle over 17,894. And then there's a gap to the 5-minute 50 EMA to 18,146. To the downside, we want to hold 17,684. If you lose that, the 4-hour has a D width that it would have to find some support from. Let's see. There's a potential to slide all the way down to maybe 12.9. And break 12.9. I mean, really, you can go all the way down to that 9 cent area. Again. So we look to the weekly for Doge, and at 15.2, and there's 14.0. And 800 EMA on the weekly is 11,664. So for Doge, a crucial push now is in order to at least 18 or 17.9 to 18.1 would really help things along.
Go get a coffee.
All right, so the 30-minute does not look that healthy, and now I'm looking at the 5-minute, and we do need to hold this number where we are, and then move up past 105, 188, and otherwise we will likely see a drift down to the 104.5 area. Okay, so Doge has 18 to 18,575 insights here. So just watch for confirmation over 1814 Doge. Or if you're already in, just monitor that, because that's the 200 EMA, and then you got your 800 over 1855. Get back over the 50 on the 4 hour, you would need 22,164. I mean, that's to fully correct over the 50. It's right now at 20649. So we are now at 18 cents. It got a little bit of a tiny bit of rejection, but it still looks pretty decent. Pretty decent.
BJ,
Yes.
the 5-day 50 is right here at 105,
Yep.
380.
That 5-day is crucial. That's what that the 5-day is what we lost the other day. That was the top that we had to cross over that line. I have to get my brain in.
No, that's like my eyes are like half open.
I know.
Maybe tomorrow.
But that is that was the time that we had to close up over that top. So let's see. In the 3-day 50 EMA is what we're looking for. So here's the 3-day chart, and this is the beginning of uptrend. Here's our price here.
Man.
Yeah. Unfortunately, things are very much trending towards the coming down to into the 90s and possibly 89. We're about to break. Oh boy, yeah.
Futures are bouncing good.
Nice. The alts. Thank you, Dominance.
I just need 107,865 and I'll be happy.
17865 for
107,865.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure.
So then I can pass this dumb evaluation.
1054. 107.
Market Cypher is looking good on the 5, the 15. It's not the 30 yet, but it's starting to curl up with the inflow. 10-minute. All the multi-stochastics are all reset. RSIs are oversold. 4 hours oversold. 4 hour looks good. By the way, it hit one of my spider lines that I drew, so that was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were
It
talking
hit.
about that the other night.
Yeah, these spider lines have been good.
Mm-hmm.
You reminded me that I could just draw them anywhere.
Oh, what a bounce.
I don't know
Yeah,
if I said just anywhere.
anywhere, she said. Anywhere. Just lay it down anywhere. It'll work.
I did not say that. Oh.
Nice bouncy bounce.
It's Friday.
It's Friday night, and the weekend's here. It's time to unwind. It's a group.
Imagine we reclaim that 150 region today back again.
At the what?
Well, I just placed my trade anywhere because BJ said
115.
place it anywhere.
Place it anywhere. Put it
Did
wherever
not
you want.
say that. No, no, no.
Ow.
These are some nice candles, man.
Don't look at it.
I don't want to jinx it this time.
Don't look at it. You guys
Look
keep
away.
feeling
Look
it.
away.
Oh.
I'm happy they get rid of my short.
That red candle out of here, man. Come on. We had enough of those today. Gotta even it out with some green.
All right, 107.517 gets us to that 50 EMA on a 15-minute.
Big cells right here.
This group has been through a lot of highs and lows together.
Yeah. I'll say. Yeah. See, jinxed it. Stochastics are turning back down. I'm sorry, the market cipher. 5:15.
On the 15?
Yeah, it's like went down right now.
We've
Outflow of money.
yeah. We're trying to come around the corner on the 15-minute. That's why I'm wondering. I think it's going to make it a little effort. But holding that is the key. Above.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, 3-minute looks pretty decent. So does the 5-minute. See how it inhales and exhales. Like, ay, ay, ay. You falling asleep, Tana? There.
Is she out?
She might be.
I don't see her on here no more. She just bounced like that.
Yeah, it's it's really, 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 really trying. But
Yeah.
we gotta see more than that. Oh, looks like we're not gonna make that unless we do one of those sweep up, sweep down moves here. Or sweep
Where's this
down.
guy?
What?
Uh,
3 minute doesn't look terrific, and now it does. It's yeah, it's very volatile. So we'll just have to wait and see.
That didn't last long. Away games, man. Boy. Why even bother? Trust it. Just about done with this shit. Trade something else. broke that 19. It went right through that 917 Bitcoin buys. Really knows how to sucker people in though, right? Give him a big green candle to sucker him in, and I'll fucking dump it some more.
Good morning, beautiful people. Got a little hectic price action going on. I'd say it looks like they're trapped the shorts. Get ready for a nice juicy weekend trap, maybe.
exactly what that's doing, and everything came down to retest that wick.
Hello, guys and girls. Hmm, 104. Hmm.
Alts are still going. Oh no, only my alts was going. Jito was pumping.
Trump said no high tariffs for China or something like that. That's this pop.
This news is now? Now?
Amazing.
Yeah, he was asked if high tariffs would stand with China. He said no.
His bags are filled. It can rip
Real,
them.
dude. It's Baron loaded up. Loaded up.
This man is crazy with stocks and cycles of this. It's not the first time he does it on this way. He drops it for 1 week and then he pushes back up.
The news was now?
Yeah. I guess he's being interviewed somewhere. He's being like some press is talking to him. Bloomberg is reporting it now.
Boys, I just bought a new printer and the thing connected from the first time and worked from the first time in 2 minutes. Imagine that.
Liquidate these bears. I don't know. That was just off. This is just off of Trump. There's still that whole bank credit risk that's going around, but stocks are popping a little bit, but they're dropping.
going to grab that 115 level, man, for sure. I feel it.
Yeah, same. I thought it was gonna do it off of last night's drop, but then it decided to go lower.
I'm happy I closed my short at 11 o'clock for me. Took a long. Money is printing. Come on. If it wicks up to 115, the all should go have a rip from at least 67% minimum. But look at Jito. In my opinion, it is the most performing one. And KMNO also. If you put 5 or 10 bucks in Jito now, it easily makes you 200-300 bucks in 40 minutes.
All right, now stocks are ripping higher.
You only have to say you should invest in crypto and the thing explodes.
Man, I'm gonna give you guys this Twitter account. Like, I got that new. Like, I'm seeing headlines now coming in about that Trump news. But as soon as I got it, man, I added to my longs, and they started printing.
I don't have Twitter.
Well, if you have Twitter, it's this handle Tree News Feed. It literally was the first person to like post it, and I follow like a bunch of news channels and like updates, and it posted it like a good 3 to 5 minutes before everybody. It's like a decentralized news aggregator. It's pretty fast.
Yeah, but I have so much media already. If I put Twitter on it also, and my phone is gonna explode.
I don't understand how you can be in crypto and not have Twitter because there's so much, even just for news, just for like listings and what's happening with what projects.
I'll be happy to take it.
I don't do new stuff. I only do stick to my plan, trade only my charts that I know of. Quite a basic trader, man. Stick to my soul.
How do I follow them and set alerts?
Yeah, no, that just seems peaceful. That's
Just
good.
on like 1,000 to 2,000 bucks a day. If I can make it 3,000 a day, I'm quite happy, and I stay to that. And I learned something because normally I always take the full profit and don't leave runners. Lately, I start to let some runners go, but only 10%. If I take profits, it's 90%, and the 10% is a runner. Yeah.
What's it called? Could I have the Twitter, please? Hello?
Yo.
You said that you were going to give us a Twitter account to follow for those going to update us sooner than others.
Oh yeah, it's called Tree News Feed. Just Tree News Feed.
Thank you.
It posts a lot of crypto related stuff and also like global stuff. Like this Trump one it posted first.
Is he still speaking?
Yeah, someone was asking about the account I was talking about that posted that Trump news. I don't know if I trust this because like we got this pump off of the China news, but I feel like the dump has been happening because of the credit. Like there's this rumors going around that some banks are failing in the U.S. There's some credit risk, and that's been like shaking up the market, and that's still on deck.
Isn't that what Dbloc mentioned 2 days ago? That it happened before the big ripoff? Wait, give me.
Yeah, it was like Silverbank back in like
Yeah, Silverbank.
at like 48K.
So it's the same thing again.
Yep, same thing pretty much. There's a risk that there might be like a run on the banks, regional banks and stuff.
And imagine it's the second time they do it on this way. Then we don't need an M2 chart, just wait on this false move. We go all in.
Yeah, so I think maybe this pump is a fake out. We're about to come right back down. Because what ripped us last time was when the Fed stepped in and said like they've got the banks back, like they've got a backstop, like no matter what happens the Fed would step in if anything happens, and that kind of eased the market, and then we started ripping. But until like Powell or the Fed come out and say that, I feel like there's still going to be a little doubt. And this may be a fake rally, dude. It might be a trap just off of Trump.
Just took 75% profits.
I know banks are starting to pop too. Those banks that were at risk, their stocks are going up. They gotta rip it up, man. And we just keep doing this. We get a rip and then just comes right back down. Just gotta rip it. I was taking so many swings on these longs and getting stopped out.
Fake news or not, it gives us a nice pump up and a nice and the right way.
what you mean is fake news?
No, the news is real. I think this is just like an impulsive pump off of. I don't think that news really matters. I mean, yeah, I guess it's nice. Maybe not high tariffs on China, but that's not why I think we've been dumping.
It's Friday, man. It's time to rip. Everything starts to curve up. Cypher, the ribbons. It's time to invest in Aston Martin. They are 90% down in their shares.
We're looking strong.
That's what she said.
spot trading, second place Sui on volume. BTC on 1 minute is a bull flag, yeah? In 5 minutes. What happened, you cooking guys? Too much silence.
Good morning.
Good morning, bro.
Come on.
Is it going to be a good Friday for crypto or not a good Friday for crypto? It's not looking promising.
No, it's Saturday here, so I don't know.
Something Trump say for China, how you say in English? I don't remember. now Bitcoin is it was like a bull flag, and now it's trying to keep the support of the to make it support. I think it's bull flag in 1 minute, 5 minutes, and even in 15. Yeah. I'm wrong or not? Anybody here?
Good morning. I'm here. How are you today?
BJ, is bull flag this on Bitcoin? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes?
We look very bearish. The 1
Yeah,
minute and the 3 minute and the 5 minute are starting to form an attempt. Yes. The
yeah,
problem is,
but this is
yeah,
a bullish flag, yeah?
it is fairly bullish. Yes, I see the bullishness, but we just have got to close above 106.
106.
Mm-hmm. And 107. See right up here, this the previous overhead resistance at 106.513 is the next angular. The reason why it looks bullish is because we just crossed these descending angular lines on the small time frames right here. But we have this 106.029 and then overhead 106.513, but we still have descending angulars over the top. So I'm trying to see if you look on the 69 minute, we're on a descending pole that's met by another one over here. And we're now in this wedge. So unless we come up and close over these yellow, see these yellow descending lines with over what I just iterated here, the previous resistance at 106.5, 106.2.
We are pumping.
Yeah.
I think the support of the bull flag working, I think. Is this like confirmation for the bull flag now? Like we have close 10 minutes above the line?
We're almost there. The 15 minutes almost there. Let's see. Yeah. We're not quite to the moving averages yet. We are over the 5 EMA. I'm on the 15 minute. So let's look at the 5. All right, so that the 200 EMA is descending, and if we can catch it here at that 106.5 area, it will be a welcome change. We have this resistance here. this is what we need.
Come on, baby, let's go.
We need this blue line here. All right, so we bumped our head against this resistance here now, so we're gonna need to follow through on a retest back up and over. Okay, so this, I don't know if my mic was on a minute ago, but this white band that you see now on this chart is now our overhead resistance.
Are we failed or something?
Are we what?
We fail now or we are in resistance or support?
We have not built the support yet needed to. We're trying. We have to get across this box and over this angle up here. And so far it doesn't look promising, so it's got to have the volume and the momentum. Oops, I just wrecked it. Almost halfway there. To see how here on the 15-minute how this structure is descending. So until price comes up and meets that above that blue line right there, that's where the 5 EMA is on the 15-minute, this blue line. And so in order to stop this progression to the downside, we have to get over this arc. You see, let me try to hold that. Right here. So you see these yellow lines descending as well as the black. Our price is here. So if we continue moving down, we'll succumb into this area here, and then we'll test this line at 104.3 area. If we can, on the other hand, come up and meet this halfway, we can at least stay in this zone between 105.1 and 106 while we try to meet that and eventually come on the outside up here over this moving average, right? This looks fairly good now. We're 5 minute. We've almost broken that. So here's on the 5 minute, you see this 50 MA, and then up here 200. So this is the contested area now. So now we need that spot, that blue line, and then this angle, this one, and then reach up here. Good call there. Good. Right there it is. We just passed that previous high, and now we need this one.